Yeah, why don't you, Kyle, why don't you
Sure.
Go ahead, Paul. There we go. Well, you take one end and I'll take the other.
Okay, it's great. Thanks for doing this.
Blessed day.
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh. Hey.
Glad we could roll you in on
Years ago. No, that's in Chicago. We actually had an engineer.
All right, thanks everybody. We're going to get started here with our Black Start panel, a discussion about the newest ePro handbook, edited by Paul Stockton, who will be our panel chair today. And we're joined by Kyle Hanna from Dominion Energy, Steve Nauman, and Celeste Fay. And I'll also be sitting in on this as a co-editor of the handbook. And I just wanted to flag for everybody that we do have the executive summary of the handbook available for everyone. There's copies on a table right next to where you registered this morning. So if you want to grab one of these during a break, we'd appreciate it. Over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Chris. As the executive summary prefigures, we got a big honking book coming out on Black Start that looks at all of the challenges that we have in terms of resource adequacy, operating reliability in the face of Black Start hazards. And let me say a few words about the national security context of Black Start. Because, of course, as we saw with Winter Storm Uri and potentially Winter Storm Elliott, there are natural hazards, especially deep freezes, extended weather events that cause the flow of gas to fail, and then precipitating event, big blackout, and then having to restart the grid from the inside out. That's what Black Start is, restarting from the inside of the blacked out area as opposed to importing power from the outside. Having you do that when your wellheads are frozen, when you got all kinds of gas infrastructure that's frozen, not adequately weatherized. So the way to think about Black Start is in a twofold challenge. First of all, the precipitating event is going to produce a gnarly situation. It's going to cause large-scale blackout potentially far beyond the confines of one state in the case of ERCOT. And then secondly, you've got to be able to do the Black Start restoration process in the face of the damage that initial event may have created, whether from Mother Nature or from man-made attacks. And then, of course, third, you got to think about the bad guys intentionally targeting the infrastructure and operations and communications on which restoration is going to depend. And I want to thank Jason, wherever you are, again, for raising the communications issue, because when we think about Black Start, it's not only the generation assets, both the initial establishment of the cranking path and adding generation to build out that initial power island and then grow and integrate power islands. We've got to have the resources necessary for that. We've got to have the fuel in the case of natural gas in order to make sure that generation assets are actually coming online when you need them. But you also need communications, not within the transmission operator necessarily. I think, and Tom, you can correct me, TOPs are doing a pretty darn good job of hardening their communications. Can they communicate with the reliability coordinator? Can they communicate with the balancing authority? Can they communicate with the governor and the EOC? Because those folks will be jumping up and down for power restoration. And of course, communication with the public, that would be a nice thing too, because we know, based on the threat that Manny outlined for us, that a prime target for disrupting the grid for China is create societal panic. Create the kind of restoration environment through social media messaging where if you want to send people forward in Dominion to remote substations or in the middle of Richmond or wherever it's going to be, that could be a very difficult operating environment. So thinking about all of these dimensions is going to be the challenge from a national security perspective. And of course, as we were discussing before in the previous panel, for sure, you want to have good planning for prioritized restoration, both for critical loads, and thanks to PJM for this typology. Critical loads, what you need to get the power grid back up and running, including gas infrastructure, compressor stations that need power. So critical loads, and then also priority loads, military bases, hospitals, and above all to me, water systems, because Laura's here somewhere. Without water and wastewater service, China's accomplishing its goals of creating societal panic, because people are very quickly going to be in trouble. So with that as a brief overview, I'd like to talk a little bit about the challenges of resource adequacy and operating reliability, and maybe from we'll get to you in a second, Celeste, but maybe you could talk about what this is like in the service territory that you operate, because Dominion, there's some important national security assets there, big human need situation. Tell us how you're working it.
Thanks, Paul. And I think there are a lot of good discussion this morning about some of the issues we're working through. And at Dominion Energy, we certainly serve. Can you guys hear me okay? Is the microphone working? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we certainly serve a lot of important customers, and as some of the audience pointed out, a lot of them very important data center customers. And, for Black Start, for restoring service off-site power to our nuclear facilities and critical gas, that's something we train for and simulate every day. And I think, working with PJM, we've got a pretty good plan for that. But when you talk about civil unrest, well, that's a different animal. How do you plan for it? How do you respond to civil unrest? And, Paul, I'm glad you brought up communications. That is something that we've been working on and thinking about and trying to figure out. How are we going to restore a system if you can't communicate to the people you need to communicate to? And I know for Dominion, between our operating centers and PJM operating centers and the critical plants to do the Black Start, we have belt and suspenders in terms of options for communications. We feel pretty good about some of the options we have for communication between the operating centers. But when you talk about now operating or communicating from the operating centers to the general public or from the operating center to your field personnel, I think we've all realized that we've become very reliant on the public carriers. And so that's a challenge that we're working on today to try to resolve. But that's with all the Black Start system restoration exercises that we do and the summits that we host at Dominion with our generator partners and our load partners, communications, as you know, always kind of bubbles to the top as, wow, we need the communications to facilitate the restoration.
That's right. And emergency communications above all. Because if, for example, you imagine that voice communications are going to be the ultimate fallback for conducting RC operations with transmission operators, I guarantee adversaries have captured Manu's voice exactly and can pair it up with advanced voice fake attacks to spread misinformation and disrupt reliability operations. So that's a happy thought. But Steve, you know more about Black Start than anybody that I know. And thank you so much for the terrific contributions you and Dave Roop and others have made to the drafting of the handbook. But one of the things that you're looking at now that's very important is with the rise of inverter-based resources and highly decentralized power generation. I'm not using distributed because it goes beyond DER. The bulk power system has huge amounts now of IBRs attached to transmission systems. In theory, we could move towards a much more decentralized restoration system that's inherently more survivable. Instead of a few dedicated Black Start generation assets, we could have and a cranking path associated. In theory, maybe we could move to a much more decentralized system where somehow magically load would be balanced against IBRs, and IBRs would actually function as intended. And here we've got both grid following inverter-based resources, but eventually grid-forming resources. Can you give us, please, a primer about the nature of these potential assets, the value proposition, but also the risks they entail?
Thank you, Paul. I mean, as Paul mentioned, from a planning point of view, you need adequate black start capability, and that includes not only the units that have to crank up by themselves, but what's called next start units, which in general don't receive any compensation. And you need to be able to operate them to maintain voltage, frequency, and not fault current, not have the relays trip you out when they shouldn't. I will go back years ago when the ComEd system was planning through Black Start, conventional units, and just looking at the difficulty of starting a 12,000 horsepower motor.
Just a little
Closer? Okay. It's starting a 12,000 horsepower motor from diesels, and the voltage dip, the inrush current, the frequency, and not tripping the unit off. Now, look at that now from intermittent generation, or a battery, for example. People talk about batteries. There's been a demonstration of using a battery to start, but resource adequacy can't be looked at anymore as installed capacity. It has to be looked at in the same way that we look at resource adequacy just from normal operations. You have to look at the forced outages. You have to look at what the risks are. I wrote down a couple of statistics. Maybe everybody knows this, but in Winter Storm Elliott, there were 150 Black Start units totaling 19 gigawatts that incurred outages. In Uri, 82% of ERCOT's primary and alternate Black Start resources experienced outages, derates, or something. So this is a planning problem, and it's really a very difficult sequencing problem, because we're here now. We, at least anecdotally, Black Start units, Next Start units are retiring. You don't fully know if the new resources, which may or may not even be here, can do the job under the various contingency conditions you're looking at. So what's really needed, both from the adequacy and the operating reliability, is to go back to basics and start planning. How are you going to do this with the new resources? How are you going to do the transition? A former FERC commissioner, who I respect very well, said something once: don't retire your units until you have replacements. And
that would have been nice.
I think lots of people have focused on this. The second thing, so you need to be able to run your plan under no longer the 1965 condition where something bad happens on the system. Someone misset a relay up at a Canadian power plant, or 2003 where some lines, some trees quickly grew into a couple of lines. You need to look at different threats, And I think the other thing we need to do is we need to get the government authorities, as Paul said, involved, and maybe a design basis threat, because this is going to cost money. We heard on the last panel a lot of things about spare equipment and such. In the end, a lot of that's a money problem, right? Utilities have to recover the money if they're going to buy it, and every one of these things costs money. Just a couple of other things.
Can you put it closer? Because I can't hear you.
Okay. Now, is this better?
Yes.
Okay. NERC and FERC staff did a study. It was called the 2018 report on Black Start resources availability. That was in 2018. And they noted that anecdotally units were retiring. It's time to maybe not update the study, but it seems if you're going to start planning for the transition, you need data. Now, something I think Paul will say and everyone will say, the problem is you can't make that data public. You can't make it easy for our adversaries, although I firmly believe the Chinese know where every Black Start unit and every Black Start path is. But you can't make it easy. So if I've got one message, it's just like everything else. You need to plan this out. You need to plan out where you are now, where you're going to be, and most importantly, how you get there. Jokingly, I used to call something like this the Lord of the Rings journey, but that's what it really is. Although we don't fully know where we are going to be, you need to plan the whole thing out and get through that transition and understand that you're going to need buy-in from the regulators. You're going to have to educate customers. There was just one quick deviation. There was a comment earlier about restoration of military bases. As a former engineering officer at an air base, I don't know, we had 6, 8 diesels. They didn't do anything for base housing. They just kept the lights on at the airfield and the command post and a couple of other critical facilities. And they didn't have a lot of storage. They had aviation fuel and JP4, but that's just an example of what, you're going to have to look at the current conditions. So plan out resource adequacy, plan out the operational reliability, and that's really the only way to make sure you're going to get there. Thank you.
Very good. Celeste, especially grateful that you and Chris are on the panel because we've been talking about conventional generation, above all gas-fired, not just for the initial cranking path, but then for growing power islands and ultimately integrating and synchronizing them with Next Start. But IBRs aren't the only part of the solution set as gas retirements go forward. We've got all kinds of alternative generation sources that might be valuable for Black Start. Can you lead us off and then Chris follow up?
Absolutely. So as we all know, our grid is rapidly evolving, and we historically had large synchronous units, right? That was nuclear, fossil fuels, hydro, and they provided more than just electricity, right? Frequency control, firm power, Black Start, and, we are moving towards this carbon-free network of distributed resources, and, that provides some potential benefits in the future. But for now, really they add more complexity, right? On a large scale, our grid-forming inverters, they're not proven, full-scale Black Start is not something that we've done before, so there's a lot of simulations and training that is done, and to bring these renewables in, these carbon-free sources, generally means a whole other layer of complexity at a time where things are not right, right? We're black starting because something has gone terribly wrong, right? So there's a few ways to reduce risk. We have some carbon-free sources that can help. So some types of geothermal can provide those frequency control and other benefits that we need, ancillary services to get the grid going. SMRs are another one, pumped storage. My colleagues and I, through our work in hydro, have identified that we have a very large network of existing hydro projects. Smaller projects we'll focus on. We also have over 90,000 unpowered dams across the nation. And if you take a look at those, we identified a few thousand that if you combine these small hydro resources, we are looking at a program called EV Anytime. So with the hydropower base, we can end up through a combination of a little bit of solar, a little bit of energy storage. You have these synchronous-based microgrids, essentially. Under normal conditions, they are able to operate within the market. We're focusing on EV charging because that is one of the loads that we see significantly increasing. We need those distributed networks to support those. But as we have an emergency situation, we lose the grid for some reason, those microgrids are available for emergency support to help the utilities. Communications is a really big one. Quite frankly, you can't restart the grid without communications, right? Technical and social reasons. So the interesting thing here is that this is not new. If you look back 100 or so years ago, as our industry was developing, it was often in these small mill towns that had water power, right? First mechanical, then they electrified, and these were microgrids. There was no big interconnected grid. It powered our industry. Then we had coal, and eventually it connected, and fast forward 100 years, we have our modern grid. But this is proven, resilient, and having this distributed network of resiliency is not unto its own going to restart the grid, but it provides a little bit of relief in, again, a complex situation that is even worse because we have had some sort of attack on our system.
Nicely done. Chris, we've got some other generation opportunities here, but I'm really hoping that right now for a few minutes you can talk about the problems of hardening and sparing of black start assets. It's a very significant chapter in our forthcoming handbook. We're going to have damage potentially from the initial event. And so what happens to the transmission infrastructure, everything else that's required, including for EMP events? We've talked a lot about cyber, a little bit about kinetic, but of course North Korea and other potential threat actors, they could unleash E1 effects that could have very significant effects on precisely the infrastructure you need to restore power after the initial EMP-induced blackout. So Chris, can you talk a little bit about sparing strategies and hardening in general, including for EMP?
Sure. Thank you. I also want to join Paul. Thank all the panelists for being here now and for the support you've given to Paul and I as we've been pulling together the handbook. We hope to have that released by May 1st. But as I said, the executive summary is available if you want to grab a copy. But I want to pick up on something Celeste said, basically about, and it's a good lead into your question, Paul, which is that Celeste pointed out in the specific case of the small hydro units that are, there are a lot of them that they may not be able to provide fundamental black start in some cases, although I think in some cases they can. But the point is that it relieves the pressure, that there a level of resilience, a level of distributed power And again, whether or not you call it DER or not depends on how you run things. But that bringing in additional assets, we have this kind of confluence of events here where we're talking about natural gas. There is, and some of these things come from outside of the electric sector as well. So, for example, natural gas. Not all of natural gas is used for generating electricity, right? People heat their homes with it. People cook with it, and there's a change in that market as well. So there's changes in wanting to replace gas stoves and ovens with electric. Same thing with home heating. So we have this very complex demand and supply landscape that Paul goes into at some degree, as far as we have this fundamental need still. Someone said, "Don't retire your assets until you have one that can replace it." But we've made, as a country, made a couple false starts in that area and had to backtrack. But there's more drivers than just the black start discussion we're having. So it does make this complex situation even more complex. To touch also on Celeste's point about there is the microhydro, there is beyond the big driver that we're seeing with solar and wind, we have fuel cells, we have battery, like storage is still a challenge. So there isn't a great silver bullet. This technology will work. It's going to have to be an admixture, and it's going to have to be thought of in a holistic way and in a redundant way, as we've been talking about. And how do we incentivize that and make it economically viable while still providing defense in depth? And then finally, I think it's important, I think I'm finally getting around to the hardening question, that as we have the opportunity, we have these economic drivers and social and climate drivers for a greener grid. There is a mismatch between, I'll just call it the green crowd. There's a lot of interest in making clean energy and not emitting CO2. And there are other folks, a lot of the grid operators, that care about grid stability, grid reliability, grid resilience. Both camps should care about both things, but the priority levels are very different. And I think that there's an opportunity to bring in more resilience while looking at green. And Paul hit on one example of it, that we've missed so far, which is the difference between grid forming and grid following inverters. The folks that were like, we just want to not create CO2, so most of the assets now in solar are using grid following inverters because they were cheaper and easier to connect to the grid, and solar was a small part of the resource mix. So if they weren't that stable, they could get away with it. They would just disconnect, let the big boys figure it out, get the grid stable again, then reconnect. Well, now they're beginning to be a very significant part, and so we have to do some of that hardening, and I think there's an opportunity to make those resilience and reliability and redundancy assets rather than vulnerabilities.
I think that the point that you made of the green crowd over here, I'm part of that. I actually think fighting climate change is a good idea. And then there's the resilience camp over here. Dominion has done a very interesting job of working with the state government of Virginia in order to strike an appropriate balance and take resilience factors into account in state law as the state makes progress towards achieving its self-inflicted decarbonization goals. Would you mind saying a few words, Kyle, about this progress that you made, and especially in terms of process? what are the lessons that we can share more broadly with Gladys, you, everybody else in the room, Rick, from a regulatory perspective of how to collaborate as we achieve zero carbon goals while maintaining grid resilience and the ability to restart the grid when, not if, black sky hazards occur?
Thanks, Paul. I'd have to say that's a work in progress.
There is progress.
Yes, there has been some progress, but it's like you said, a lot of communication and collaboration with our regulators and our partners here at PJM in terms of, you know, how do we do both? How do we transform the grid but do it in a reliable manner? And so there's a little bit of a give and take. You know, you mentioned earlier the promise of renewables and the promise of inverter-based resources, and I thought that was a good way to put it, the promise. I'll ask the room here, how many folks have experience operating a grid-forming inverter?
I don't see a lot of hands. Oh, one?
See one.
You've operated a GFM?
Yeah.
Actually, Enphase has grid-forming inverters to make your house a microgrid. And so technically, my house is a microgrid, but it's not it's not going to be used for black start, I'll tell you that.
But it's a very promising technology, and, you know, I'd love to see it work, but the truth is there's just not a lot of operations experience with grid-forming inverters. I mean, we have quite a bit of experience with grid-following inverters, but grid-forming is a new animal, and we're working to pilot that now and learn how it works to figure out how we can use it for something like system restoration or black start.
Very good. I'd like to open it up to comments and questions, but first, let me emphasize the value of looking at what PJM has accomplished and had approved recently by FERC in terms of having fuel-assured black start units. The way PJM phrased this approach is there's all kinds of potential sources of a black start for that initial unit. Go forward, multiply. But if you've got gas, make sure it's fuel assured. If you've got IBRs, make sure they're available for, 16 hours, I think? It's very specific. So it's agnostic in terms of the type of generation that's used for these black start operations, but sets very stringent requirements and pays black start generation operators extra money if they can meet these criteria and are selected by PJM to provide the service. Did I get it wrong, our PJM friends? Mike, Tom, Craig?
You got it right.
That's about right?
No objections, sir.
Okay, all right. So let that be entered into the record. And with that plug for a strategic approach, let's now turn it over to questions. Please.
Hi, this is David Winks at AccuSite. As we move toward digital control of the grid, one of the things that we have to think about is synchronization and timing. And most of our substations are moving in the direction of GPS timing, same for the synchrophasers. If there's an EMP event or even localized RF weaponry used against substations, one of the first casualties will be the GPS receiver. Could you think about in your planning how you would protect those GPS receivers against that type of threat?
I don't know that I have a good answer to that technical detail. I know we've done quite a bit of testing of our control enclosures, working with EPRI and some other partners, and that was one of the things that was identified. But if it were to go out, you know, that would be a problem.
There's also the progress underway, as you know, in terms of building redundant capabilities for PNT, both commercial and maybe government, and hardening those assets, which is the way to go, right? Going back to the point that Chris analyzes so carefully in the handbook, make sure there's some resilience, make sure there's some sparing, above all against E1, the fast rising pulse created by EMP. Next question. Avi.
I'm interested.
Can you turn your mic on? Can you turn your mic on, please?
Yeah, I'm interested in the whole subject of the role of Black Start in community sustainment. In other words, over the long term, Black Start takes care of itself if all the right resources are there. But given in a black sky environment, in which is typically the environment you would expect to require Black Start, so the time involved in restoration is going to be too long for critical infrastructures to sustain the population, unless within the Black Start and Next Start process that is taken into account. Can you speak to that?
Avi, I can try. You know, I know earlier we talked about, Mike was up here talking about the focus of grid restoration. That's really on off-site power to the nuclears first, and then the critical gas infrastructure second, followed by, you know, the Next Start units, and then the command and control facilities. And I think that that's what I think of when you say that the critical command and control to help us with civil unrest, to help with first responders, military, police, fire, water authority, communications. So I think it is contemplated in the system restoration. You know, Black Start's really focused on getting the grid back up, and then once the grid is back up to a minimum grid, then how do you build that out to restore the remainder of the system? And I kind of like what Celeste brought up is this idea of, and Chris mentioned, I think we called it a pressure relief to the system restoration, using some of the microgrids that are available to help out, relieve some of the pressure on the system restoration. So if there's critical telecom facilities that maybe they can be picked up by a microgrid, or water facilities, or first responders, I mean, that would be very helpful. But it's certainly something we think about, and it's also an area I think we can improve on.
Celeste, did you want to, I know you mentioned synchronization and frequency control for the small hydro as well as large hydro. Do you want to just, anything you wanted to add on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the important factors here is that it's proven technology. It's not grid forming inverters that haven't been deployed on a large scale. This is stuff that's been around for a long, like 100 years, right? Small hydro's been here for a long time, and it provides all of those ancillary services that a grid needs to be stable. So it's really secure, resilient. It's going to be there when you need it. And, you know, because we're focusing on small hydro here to have a large network of smaller projects, but sometimes a couple hundred kilowatts, you know, a few megawatts here and there is what you really need to make sure that those communications are going to be there, that you're, I don't know where you're at in turning to an EV fleet, but make sure that you have the transportation, the other things, make sure the governor's happy, right, and they have their communications going. Before we run out of time, I think that there's something really important to mention here, which is the financial aspect. Steve, Chris, you both mentioned it. A lot of the technical solutions are here or close, but there's not necessarily enough valuation of ancillary services, Black Start, frequency control, and you know, we see that there's a lot of incentives available for carbon-free, right? An entire market, RECs, was created to support that transition. But we don't have resilience RECs, right? We have the amount of additional funding for the transition to carbon-free does not, it is significantly larger than what we have for resilience, and they should really be, you know, paced together. You know, one going significantly further out than the other is putting us at significant risk.
Thanks. We'll let you follow up, Steve, and then I think we got to wrap up, unfortunately.
Just very quickly, I think for those who follow FERC, every time there's a Black Start filing, you'll see opposition that it costs too much. Why do you need dual fuel, for example? That's overkill. Well, just look at the recent storms. All of these things, especially when you start looking at more severe contingencies, are going to cost money. And in the end, that comes from the customer. It's either going to come from the customer or somehow magically the government is going to pay for it. I say magically.
And I'll leave you with this. And Steve, thanks for turning me on to this issue. Guess what? NERC has recently classified Black Start units as low impact assets, because if they are higher impact assets, they'd have to comply with more cybersecurity and other SIP requirements. So let's keep them nice and low at the same time that the strategic support force of the People's Liberation Army really is out to get us, including Black Start.
Well, I think we need to wrap up right now. Just again to reiterate. Okay. Yeah. Tom.
To respond to that comment, Paul, I think it's a valid point, right? It seems kind of counterintuitive, but maybe that's part of the solution, right? Is that there's a mismatch in incentives.
That's right. And that's why, Avi, I hope we'll be able to have follow-on discussions on Black Start, because, Tom, you're exactly right. It's the incentive structure we need to get after so that folks who are responsible for Resilient Black Start can recover their costs. And as you were pointing out, Celeste, we treat this as a vital, essential reliability service and ancillary service that it really is. That's exactly right.
That leads in perfectly to what I wanted to wrap with, which is this is important. Will be another working group that will start today and continue on into the future. So Paul will be leading that session this afternoon. Find him, sign up for the working group. We want to begin the discussion today and then carry it forward in monthly discussions for those that are interested. So thank you, Paul, and thank you so much for all the colleagues here on the panel. And I'd like to welcome up the policy panel, our panel host, Kevin Curtis, Lauren Wisniewski, and Darlene Phillips for our next panel on regulatory incentivization. Yeah.
To make your life easier with the work group, you have screen outside on the room, so it will be just easy to enter the room you would like to participate, okay, in the end of the day, so no hassle.
And we'll direct you toward the rooms. They're all right across the hall.
We all have.
Pull the mic closer. They kind of have them damped down so that it's being back less, but then if you're not close enough, it won't pick up your voice very well.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Joy. Thank you. Yeah.
Good morning. If at any point in time you can't hear well, somebody just give me a nod. Having sat up there, hearing from the speakers versus being here, you don't always get the feedback to know if it's actually coming through.
Sounds good.
So welcome, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Kevin Curtis. Those of you that I've ever met or talked to probably know me from Dominion Energy. So some of those references that Kyle talked to earlier, he and I have had a lot of deep and heavy conversations about. So you'll hear some of that weaved into the conversation. I retired from Dominion after about 36 and a half years and now working for Quanta Technology. The reason I reference that is there's an advantage of being able to see the industry from a broader perspective. When you spend your career at a certain place, I mean, you do see what's happening in the industry and part of PJM, and you admire all those best practices that you're exposed to. That may or may not be reflective across the country. And so my eyes have been opened probably a little more than they maybe were before, just in seeing where we're at with infrastructure and policy. And if you ask me, from being a former transmission planner and operator responsible for the transmission business at Dominion, from planning all the way through engineering, construction, operations, if you ask me, are we ready? I would say we are not ready for the black sky events. I think you in the audience, the people in the industry, in electric utilities and water at PJM. I've never met people that are more committed and service-oriented to solve the world's problems and make a difference. Long hours, long restoration events, infinite amount of preparation. And so it seems contradictory for me to be part of that audience, part of that family, and then say, we're not ready. We're not ready for the next level, and it's because it's gotten so much more complex, as has been highlighted by speakers already. And I think as an industry and even our customer base, if you hear something talked about on the news or some complicated situation needs to be resolved and it's not in your space, a lot of times we sort of discount that. Telecommunications, cell phone service, they're competent, they're qualified people, they'll handle it. I think most of our customers in the communities look at us and say, I don't fully understand what the dilemma is, but we trust you, we have confidence, especially the people in this industry. You trust the people that provide you water, you trust the people that provide you electricity typically, unless given significant reason not to, they'll handle it. And so as I weave into the policy space, so many of the policies that I think we see today, especially around the renewable space, rarely do I see a footnote that says, oh, and by the way, don't compromise reliability, until after the fact. Oh, I wish we hadn't done it that way, we compromised reliability. Unintended consequences. And I think part of that is the complexity of the technology integration, and part of it is the rate of change. There's just so much you can focus on at one time, and you can get caught up in the momentum of this evolution into a very clean, renewable energy future and not realize these behind-the-scenes unintended consequences that are taking place. And so I am concerned, and ironic that Chris and Leahy and Ivy asked me to be on the policy panel. I'm like, well, I'm not a policy guy. And then I recognize, yes, I am a policy guy. You have to advocate for policies with technical credibility and confidence to create the change necessary. And if it was easy, it would have already been done and we wouldn't be in this room. Because it's not easy, it's very complicated, it takes those of us. I mean, I call us we're the believers. We recognize some of the situations and shortfalls, so to speak, of an industry and industries that are typically very progressive, on top of things. And it's hard sometimes to admit, we're not ready. So that's kind of to set the stage. I'll say one more reference to Kyle, and I was going to ask him on the Black Start panel. When he and I were working together in operations, I'd get a call from him as the director of the SOC, and I would always make a joke, not a joke, but a kind of a humorous remark that when Kyle would call me and he would not be asking how was lunch, what did you have for breakfast, he would say, do you have a minute? When your director of the operations center calls and says, do you have a minute? He usually doesn't have good news. And he started making this a habit. Do you have a minute? And sometimes he would ask, are you sitting down? That didn't help any. And so we started this sort of dialogue. Capture these things that are happening. We're starting to see the grid change. And unless you're in PJM Operations Center or you're in an Operations Center for a utility, these lights aren't flickering, they're on, you flip the switch at home. You don't realize that behind the scenes there's a slow degradation in certain places, or either the way Kyle and I would start to describe it, we're eating our margin or we're driving on the shoulder. And there were these unique events that were starting to surface on a more frequent basis. They weren't visible to the public, but as an operator you look at that and say, that's not normal. It's not something you could say is a breakdown in inertia, but there's slow degradations in the way the grid operates that says it's changing. And so Kyle, I'll give him credit, I got a presentation one day of a bunch of these unusual events that had occurred because they were part of policy and advocating. And when you tell people stories and say, this is happening and this is what it means, like when did that happen? Well, it happened on October 22nd or November 1st. And I get this presentation one day, and if you ever watch Netflix, there's a series on Netflix called Stranger Things. And it's kind of the upside down. If you haven't watched it, you'll have to for this to make sense. But there's this upside down kind of parallel universe where things are familiar, but not really. Yeah, I recognize some of this, but that's not like it used to be. And so this presentation shows up from your director of the SOC, and it's called Stranger Things. Like, that doesn't make me feel better either. But it was very effective at educating and communicating and influencing even stakeholders within our own company. Folks that do trust us inherently and did trust us and see things happening. So set the stage with that to say there's a lot of work to do. There's been a lot of great work done, a lot of smart people in the industry, but I think there's a gap, and we're here to identify some of those gaps, with kind of this introduction and this premise. And so to start, I've got some great guests on the panel, and we'll share a conversation and make sure to include you all. We'll start with Lauren on the water side. And when I think about the sectors and all the meetings I've been to with Tom Galloway, with the Transition Forum, where you're sort of like-minded already and sharing best practices, I don't always have a good feeling for what might be happening in water. And what Lauren has seen with DHS CISA in having those conversations in the community, I know what my energy electric kind of people talk and think about every day. But Lauren and her constituents are great customers and critical customers if we're going to maintain societal continuity. It's one thing to not have lights. It's another thing when there's no water. And if I had to choose, when the outages are that long, I'll take water first, and then I'll worry about whether the lights are on, because it becomes a matter of survival. So, Lauren, with that, give us your thoughts on your experience with the water sector.
Great, and thank you so much for the opportunity to represent the critical interdependencies with the water and wastewater sector. Prior to joining CISA, I was at the Environmental Protection Agency for 20 years, so have over 20 years working with water and wastewater utilities, and really appreciate, Kevin, your comment that, they are dedicated professionals to provide, a safe, potable water and effective wastewater treatment. And a lot of these operators may just have a high school diploma, and cybersecurity and power resilience and EMP and nation-state adversaries are not something that they thought about when they started their jobs and not part of their day-to-day. And I think that's a big challenge with a really large sector where there's 50,000 community water systems, 52,000 if you consider the non-community water systems, and then 16,000 wastewater systems. So it is an enormous sector with a huge diversity and expertise. You might have a really large metropolitan system with over 1,000 employees, and then you may have some rural systems where, 10 or even dozens of water systems are maintained by a single operator. So a wide variety of expertise and needs across the sector. They do recognize that, a large power outage is a vulnerability for them and a need. In 2017, the Water Government Coordinating Council and Sector Coordinating Council developed a strategic roadmap for sector resilience and identified wide area loss of power and water as one of their priorities. And when we updated the roadmap in 2023, that was identified as a continuing need because these systems, particularly the larger ones, I've been at a drinking water plant that requires 6 megawatts of energy, a wastewater utility that requires 20 megawatts. And when they haven't lost grid power for more than a few seconds in some of the cases over a period of 2 decades, it's hard to make the business case for why do I need to build a mini power plant of generators that I then have to pay to maintain. And there's so many challenges, and the solutions for the smaller to mid-size systems in some ways are easier, with opportunities potentially for using, microgrids with solar and battery and wind power. But the really large system, it's a challenge. Combined heat and power is an opportunity for some of the wastewater systems, but it's still, we use energy. We use a huge amount of energy, and you need us to cool your facilities. So in terms of the current requirements, the Safe Drinking Water Act on the drinking water side has no emergency power requirements. On the wastewater side, the Clean Water Act has emergency lighting requirements. States who have primary enforcement authority for drinking water and wastewater, they can choose to enact more stringent regulations than the federal requirements, and some, like New Jersey and Connecticut, have. But usually those states allow that dual feeds can meet that requirement. But as you all well know, in a black sky event, dual feeds are not going to help you at all. And during my tenure at EPA, I ran a number of black sky exercises with water systems, and either once or twice we had a 30-day inject, and then we stopped because the difference between 14 and 30 was just driving home how unprepared they were. That, you know, they might be prepared for a gray sky event 3 to 5 days. You know, things are starting to come off the wheel by 7 days, and, you know, by 30 days, they're like, this is a zombie apocalypse. We've left the city a long time ago. So then we didn't, you know, take them through that exercise again and just left it at 14 just to show that, you know, it's hard. And these water systems, as you've seen in the news, they have PFAS and new drinking water requirements. They have to replace their lead mains. So you're looking at a backdrop where they have a ton of things that they have to do. And then when you bring in cybersecurity and power resilience, that are really important things to do to sustain, you know, our country and our critical infrastructure, it's just a matter of resources and, you know, providing the sort of value proposition for being resilient and utilizing energy efficiency and renewable energy that can help fund the improvements when possible.
Before we transition to Darlene, when you highlighted something that I didn't appreciate until I was educated more from some of the water authorities in Virginia, Fairfax and some of the big players, how dispersed the businesses and entities are that provide water every day. When you're doing these workshops and conversations, are there aha moments where people say, oh, I get it now? We need to get ready, or is there a gap really in how serious it is and what would it take to get resilient?
I think there's definitely some ahas, but there's also, you know, they need a path forward. And I need to give a shout out. My first power resilience workshop was actually at Fairfax Water, and Dominion Energy. They are featured in EPA's Power Resilience Guide as a best practice. And I didn't realize that this was like the gold possible standard where they actually have geo-referenced all of the critical infrastructure. Dominion Energy worked with the Virginia Emergency Operations Centers in each county to come up with the top 10 to 20 critical facilities, and they have different categories. So at any time on a map, they can pull up, like, here are water treatment facilities without water, here are pumping stations without power. And that what I would tell that to other utilities in the country, they just would, you know, their jaws would drop, like, wow, you know, that's possible. You know, so that was definitely a great asset. I think there's a lot of room for improvement with the coordination between the electric utility and water utility, and we'd always try to bring them into the room together to build those relationships. And it works well in large metropolitan areas, but then when you have a rural county, when you might have hundreds of water systems, they're not going to all be able to have individual relationships with their electric provider. And then how do you work through, you know, emergency operations and the state and the county to be able to get them the resources that they need?
That's a great point, and we hadn't staged this, but I was involved in some of that, and that's where I had an awakening.
Isabel was an awakening.
Yes, of Isabel, and just thinking, 2003, just thinking that you knew your customer. So as a utility provider, if you said, do you know where the critical functions are for Fairfax County Water Authority? Sure. And sitting down with the customer and saying, well, they would say, this is a critical site, this is a critical site. Didn't have it marked as critical, didn't know that, didn't understand the water business, understand electron flow, but not water flow. And so that relationship is, we talk about multi-sector, cross-sector. Each industry has their own lingo, their own terminology. Most of the time they don't line up. There are different approaches to resilience. So that was a great best practice that I think has paid dividends in past events, that you deploy crews to those critical areas to get that water source from the river, or to provide some water pressure or power to a critical place for sustainability. And
then having that conversation, I've heard, you know, that since we're using that great example, that, you know, Fairfax Water will tell Dominion, hey, you know, this, you know, usually more critical pumping station, we're good on generator and fuel for this time, so as long as we're back online here, you know, by this point you can focus elsewhere, and be able to have those dynamic conversations during an emergency is absolutely critical.
Yeah, so it wasn't just geolocation, it was partnering up the emergency folks on each side. Prior to that, they wouldn't have known who to call from Fairfax to Dominion or vice versa to even have that conversation. And they're all created equal, and so you are now dispersing a limited number of resources, and they may not be in the right places. Thank you. Darlene, as a former member of PJM, I'm biased in my accolades for you and Mike and Ken Sauter and the team and what takes place, what I think is the best RTO in the country.
Of course.
With that, though, I will say that there's more work to be done in the black start space. And while we have financial incentives and policies, Kyle and I are aware of some scenarios where maybe all the units aren't owned in a vertically integrated utility. They certainly are not if a utility is not vertically integrated. But financial incentives and financial penalties may not be enough to make sure somebody's online when it hits the fan. Talk to us a little bit about PJM's commitment to Black Start, and then we'll take the conversation from there.
Sure. First, can you hear me? Is everybody okay? Okay. Before I jump into the Black Start discussion, I will say that I agree with you, Kevin, on one note. Kevin mentioned that, you know, we are all really policy people, regardless of what your job is. When I started in this industry 30 years ago, when I was 10, I was a control room engineer, and as deregulation was happening, I was getting, we're getting all these policies and regulations, and I thought, I got to go to law school because clearly there's a gap between, the understanding of physics and policies. Well, I did that. And I went to the policy side of the industry for a while, and then I realized it wasn't because there was an unknown about the physics. There are so many different elements that go into policy making and decision making. The physics and the maths are just one small piece of that. So, having said that, we are all policy people, whether we think so or not. So let me start with by saying that here at PJM, we are policy takers. We don't make the policy at the state or federal levels, but we take the policies that are given and we try to make them work. One of the things that we're thinking about now that is a little concerning as we look at the trends of increased loads, retirements, replacement resources that have different physical properties as the old thermal resources, timing. We get a little bit concerned when we're thinking about what's coming down the pipe. So from a policy perspective, from a regulation perspective, the one thing that we ask, or two things that we ask when we are dealing with and partnering with other policy folks, the first is consider the timing. So did the timing of your regulation or policy make sense such that the reliability, which is our number one goal, that is afforded today can be maintained in the future? And then the second thing is around impact analysis, whether you're using PJM or others, just understand what those are so that we can make better decisions into the future. So that's that. So let me go back to the Black Start question. From a PJM perspective, we have looked at our Black Start program in recent years. We tend to think that we have a solid program. More recently, we have added, and I think one of the panelists before actually talked about this, incentives to our Black Start program. I think it was maybe Paul. That for fuel assurance Black Start resources. And, I'm not here to say that we are done. We continue to always think about how we can improve our Black Start program, but I think from an ISO and RTO perspective, we're probably different, in a different situation and scenario than probably vertically integrated or companies that are not in an ISO and RTO.
I'll ask Kyle. We'll shift to the audience for a minute and then come back to the panel. Kyle, and this is a loaded question, have you ever run across a non-utility generator owner that seemed a little bit ambivalent about the scenario of their commitment to come online on a Black Start scenario?
Yes. But I think it's good to think about who's got skin in the game when we're thinking about system restoration and the units, and I heard Kevin talk about vertical integration, but I also think it's good to keep in mind the mismatch of timing. Someone can retire a generator very quickly, but then it takes a long time to build another one or to find another resource that's going to supplement those ancillary services they provide. So, you know, the fuel assurance was a step in the right direction. I think we still need to be thinking about the mismatch in timing between retiring existing and building new, and then maybe even expanding the definition of critical load to help incentivize further Black Start units. But thanks for the question, Kevin.
And Kyle, when you talk about timing, you're talking about the 90-day notice to retire a unit versus multi-year to get a unit approved and online.
Yep.
And another disconnect there is all megawatts obviously aren't created equal between renewables and conventional generation, especially in a Black Start, high demand, high consequence scenario. And then the second thing is, it's not often that those replacement units have a priority on Black Start functionality. And if you don't think about it ahead of time, you can have gone through all the efforts of speccing a unit, getting a unit ordered, and maybe even going into service, and then maybe your planning and operations team say, by the way, did you include Black Start in your specifications? And if there's not an immediate yes, then you know you've got a problem. And it's change orders on generation units aren't like change orders on building a house. It's a little bit more complicated.
And I can add to that, you know, speaking of timing, PJM right now is engaged in many discussions with stakeholders on a myriad of matters that are aimed at trying to tackle some of these issues that we see with the transition, whether it's capacity market reform, and think about ancillary services, thinking about, you know, attributes that we might need into the future. One of them is our deactivation task force, and it's thinking about timing is one of the questions. We know that, you know, even if it's a non-resource type of replacement or need, to make sure that we remain reliable in the future, timing is a big piece of that conversation. So that's a really good point.
Darlene, what are, since we're on the topic of units and their commitment to respond, what are the details if, let's say, a unit has been approved in PJM for Black Start, could be utility, non-utility, somewhat tied to my question to Kyle. What if they don't show up and they say, we're not going to put our unit at risk until the grid's up and stable, and they're part of getting the grid up and stable?
Do you mean from a Black Start perspective, yes, or just the deactivation
Black Start.
perspective?
Yeah,
okay.
Black Start.
Well, that's why we have Black Start resources that are designated Black Start resources, and we pay them to be Black Start resources. So I don't know if there's been a scenario where we have asked them to come on in a scenario where we might need them and they said no. I know that we do regular testing for our Black Start resources to you know, mitigate any issue with them not being there. I do know that when we have Black Start resources, if they are still in their contract and they deactivate, then there's a requirement for replacement resources. So we have some mitigating measures in place to make sure that the Black Start resources that we have available remain you know, reliable and available to us.
Yeah, we'll highlight something while Darlene's talking about that. Being a former member of PJM, you can sometimes think of a Black Start system or program as being utility specific. One of the advantages in an RTO is that it's not utility specific, and it can be more inclusive of generators across multiple utilities, multiple owners. So there is an advantage there geographically and timing-wise to have someone like PJM coordinating that. So not all RTOs, I don't think, are as maybe focused on it. And if you're not in an RTO, then it is becoming, or it's a responsibility of those utilities in a geographic area to collaborate and share where it's expected in PJM. It may not be expected if you're not a member of an RTO ISO. So it could be a policy opportunity on how do you deal with those scenarios.
Can I hit on something Lauren hit on earlier that I thought was a really, really good comment, and one that we think about, but sometimes in a different scenario? Lauren mentioned the changing expertise in the water industry. We are dealing with a similar issue, but we're dealing with a similar trend when it comes to changing expertise. If you think about all of the newer resources, the investment groups, those are not your typical age-old utilities that have been around for ages with a lot of expertise, technical expertise, understanding of the grid and how things work. There's a lot of newer players out there that don't have those deeper levels of understanding. So as we're thinking about policies, what kind of policies do we need? What type of regulation, do we need? Maybe something that we can consider is some minimum requirements of understanding or something that will fill that gap so that we are not putting the grid at risk with folks who are responsible for resources but really don't quite know or understand the regulation, how to operate it, the reliability requirements, NERC standards, and things like that.
That's a good point. I've, in my past, run across scenarios where you're having some issues with inverter-based generation, and the system operators calling those folks that are responsible for those facilities. They may be across the country in another time zone.
Yep.
And you're asking them from the system operations perspective or from PJM, we need you to change the setting on your inverters. And they're like, those inverters have those settings. We don't know how to access those settings. That's not a good conversation to have when you're making that phone call in a crisis moment, and that's not Black Start.
Yeah, and that's even considering that they're using the inverter-based standards that are suggested, not mandatory.
Right.
So when you're thinking about policies at the state or federal level, and you're thinking about, not just expertise, but whether or not these requirements are even mandatory, that is another aspect that's pretty scary, because if you don't know why they are strongly suggested, there's probably a less likelihood that you will engage in.
That's right. Good point. Lauren, help us in the audience. I don't know how many folks in the audience. Question? Sure. Yes, sir.
This is on the issue of understanding of stakeholders outside of PJM. So I'm going to tell you I should tell you who I am. I'm Tom Popick with the Foundation for Resilient Societies. We're a nonprofit. So I'm going to tell you my understanding of the PJM system, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong, okay? So the peak load for Winter Storm Elliott, about 135 gigawatts. Ken Seiler, who was the prior chair of planning for PJM, says there's 40 gigawatts at risk of retirement by 2030. So that's only 6 years from now, right? So, and by the way, load in PJM, tell me if I'm wrong, is growing between 2 and 3% per year. So by the time we get to 2030, that's another 20 gigawatts. So what we're talking about is a system that was nearly brought to its knees in Winter Storm Elliott at 135 gigawatts in the winter, right? Losing 40 gigawatts of dispatchable generation and having another 20 gigawatts of peak load. Now, I'm not understanding why this isn't an enormous crisis right now.
Okay, so a couple of things. One is you are correct, but let me clarify one thing. I didn't mean to imply that stakeholders outside of PJM are not informed. I meant the newer players coming into the newer resource investment companies and stuff like that may not have the deep technical expertise. But another piece of that is, yes, everything that you said is correct, and we are concerned, which is why we are ringing the bells, we're having the conversations, we've engaged in the stakeholder process. But one of the things that, one big piece of the puzzle that is kind of missing in the assumption was our outage rate during Winter Storm Elliott. We lost 46,000 megawatts on unforced outage as compared to the latest Winter Storm Jerry, where we're 16,000. So one of the efforts in our stakeholder conversation, in addition to making sure that we are tackling the timing issue, replacement resources that we know we're going to need in the future is resource certainty, reserve certainty. So how do we make sure that the resources that are here, the capacity that we're counting, actually show up when we need it? That's another layer to this conversation.
Sure, and I'm not sure that capacity is going to show up when it's needed either, because the average age of a coal-fired plant in the United States is about 44 years. And nuclear plants, we have the same situation. The pipes in the nuclear plants there's something called flow-induced corrosion, right? That's the biggest problem. These pipes are wearing out. And in the coal-fired plants, the equipment's wearing out too. And we haven't built a new coal-fired plant in the United States, not a major one, in the last decade. So where are we going here?
So I will turn it back over to you, Kevin, in a minute. I'm just going to respond really quickly. That's another, the comments that you, and the matters that you raised are real. When we're talking about it from a policy perspective, you know, one of the things I started off with is that PJM, we are policy takers. Another layer to that is this very tough dance between state and federal regulation, right? When you're talking about resources, when you're talking about resource replacement, when you're talking about those who are empowered to require, demand, resource build, that's at the state, local levels. That's not at the federal level. However, when you're talking about the grid, rules around the grid, planning on a regional basis, those are at the federal level. So, you know, people tend to use the arsenal that they have to solve any problem. So when you're talking about how we think about this problem right now, we're using, you know, we're building up the transmission grid because that is the tool that we have at PJM. But we can talk about the implications. One of the things that I had asked is that as policymakers are thinking about regulation or different policies, to consider the analysis. So we can do analysis, whether it's at a state level or on a regional level, and we can show what the impacts are of certain regulation. We just have to have those who are empowered to make decisions open to reviewing that and making decisions that will help us stay reliable into the future. Our number one priority is keeping the lights on, and that's what we aim to do.
Yeah, I'll just finish by saying thank you for that response. And if PJM is ringing the bell, it's really the responsibility of everybody else in this room to ring the bell even louder for you folks. Yeah. I know you're doing a great job. I really do know that, right? But as you say, you're policy takers, not makers, and we need to help make that policy so that we can keep all the systems reliable. Thank you, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll talk some more in the policy workshop about who those stakeholders are, like the FERC and others. I was going to hit on the timing issue, and you talked about the age of a lot of these facilities, and ties into Kyle's comment about the short notice for retirement. Having been in that situation, announcing a retirement and then finding out that the replacement's not ready or the grid improvements aren't ready for it, how much maintenance do you think is done on a unit that's about to be retired? Zero. And it's a very uncomfortable situation to go for another couple years with units that had, like any responsible owner would say, you know, this unit's going to retire at a certain time frame. There's no reason to replace major components because it's at end of life. And now we're counting on an end of life unit to run for a couple more years to maintain grid reliability. That's an uncomfortable situation. And that's not a criticism of PJM or FERC or anybody. It's sort of a consequence of thinking that the system is orderly and it works out, and surely you wouldn't retire something before something else is planned. And it's, well, numerically we have these green megawatts, but they're not capable of doing everything we need that this traditional unit has done. So there's still a little bit of a gap, or a big gap, on the timing and managing that risk for a period of time when you might not have expected that unit to run. Lauren, we'll shift back to you. Talk to us, if you could snap your fingers with what you know about the water industry and being at DHS, so there's a federal, obviously federal component to that. You know, what would you do to sleep at night thinking, yes, we've got the right resilient policy, the right emphasis in place, and the right best practices in place to know that water's going to be there if the power's available when needed?
It's a great question. So in terms of like being prepared for black sky event.
Anything catastrophic, could be even a hurricane, but certainly black sky.
Right.
Black start.
So I think for some of the smaller systems, there's definitely the room for, as I said earlier, microgrids and renewables. Some of the mid-sized systems, and Stafford Utilities is another great poster child, and there's a video with them, and they're featured in EPA's Power Resilience Guide. They've taken the practice, because during Isabel, they also got hit, but they did not get the resources that people inside the D.C. Beltway got. So they wanted to be prepared to go at it alone. And so instead of installing, really large generators, they have, like at their treatment facilities, two megawatt generators in parallel, so that even if one has to go down for maintenance, they might have to pick and choose, but they don't have to shut down operations. Likewise, on the fuel supply planning, which is another huge issue, and we saw that in Superstorm Sandy and other incidents, that very quickly during these events, fuel is going to be very hard to find, generator filters very hard to find. But they, at Stafford, have put on 100-gallon diesel tanks on all their utility vehicles, so it's below the 120 hazmat placard or requirement, and they may have to move a lot of trucks, but they have their fate in their own hands. We did a workshop in New Jersey and New York a year after Sandy, and one of the New Jersey utility said that they had a contract with a fuel operator who had a large tanker truck, and last minute he's like, I'm just not comfortable driving this weather. And so then they've kind of gone to have their own fuel trucks so that they can keep those operations. I think for the small and mid-size, between generators and fuel supply planning, you still have the fact that most of them are buying, emergency standby generators that aren't going to be prepared to run for 30 days straight, and how to have that, secure, the cadre of, backup generators and parts. For the large system, it's a real, difficult problem. How are you going to have 20 megawatts of power to keep, this really large wastewater system running? They might be able to have combined heat and power for part of that. But how do we create the business case for resilience, whether it be through, peak shaving of, generators, which I know some air regulations have become an obstacle for that, but with the Tier 4 standards, there's more options than there were before. But just, the financial incentives have to be in place so that it's affordable for water systems, because right now it's just, how do you justify to your board when you're trying to just meet basic requirements at affordable rate, because the Safe Drinking Water Act requires water to be affordable, which is why, compared to, say, electricity or your cell phone or streaming, water is really undervalued. Talk about aging infrastructure. In the city of D.C., there's cast iron pipes that were laid when President Lincoln was in office. That there are very, old water mains and, equipment that need to be updated, and then you add this additional requirement of power. There needs to be, some sort of value proposition so that the utility is not footing the entire bill for the generators, maintaining the generators, the fuel, maintaining the fuel, and having the fuel supply plans.
So if everybody at break walks out and grabs all the bottles of water to start stocking up, we're going to know that Lauren made an impact.
Yeah.
Chris?
Thank you. I wanted to ask Lauren a kind of a follow-up question, a related follow-up question. I remember, I think you and I were on a tour several years ago of Blue Plains, and this is the wastewater treatment facility that serves the Washington D.C. area, and it was at simultaneously very exciting and heartbreaking for me because what they had done was they had installed the system that was capturing the methane that is given off during the treatment process, and was using that to generate power, which was about 3/4 of the power, I think, of the plant. So it produced like 9 megawatts and the plant needed 12, something like this. But it was just completely hardwired to the larger grid, so it was saving the money off their power bill, but they didn't make that leap to the next level of building a microgrid that could disconnect, that could be sort of more resilient, because that wasn't really forefront in the thinking at the time, as you kind of mentioned. Well, it's hard to make that case when the power hasn't gone out, in the last 10 years, but for maybe a few seconds. So how can we, I guess, as we look at the policy incentives and things, thinking about this more broadly about kind of creating some cushion, creating some slack in the system to drive these kind of things, to think of water systems not just as creating clean drinking water, clean discharge water, but also playing a role in stabilizing the electric power sector and other sectors as well.
Right. So that certainly for some wastewater utilities that utilize anaerobic digestion, combined heat and power is an option, but that's not going to help you at the drinking water and not all wastewater systems. But yeah, I mean, I think it all comes down to money, and that's an example where they have the combined heat and power, but they just require so much energy and, have so many technical controls to run Blue Plains that, to use that example, like they just figured they would not be able to island without, huge additional expenses. And, I think a lot of it for the sector just comes down to the resources, and they have so many competing priorities and demands. And, how do you build in that, resilience, which is a public good and needed across all 16 critical infrastructure sectors, because, the city of D.C. and the surrounding areas need wastewater treatment and water distribution from D.C. Water. But how do you, I don't know how you incentivize that.
Right. They definitely didn't have incentives at the time to make that, that could have been something, a gap that could have been closed with some forward thinking and some incentives that way, or some.
Oh.
Thanks.
Thank you. I was going to dial a friend back there with Steve Beaver, so he's raising his hand, so please.
If I, just a couple of observations about that. One is, I know DC Water would like to microgrid their facility. One hurdle is regulatory hurdles, so legally being able to do it. The DC Public Utility Commission isn't exactly making decisions that make that easy. And they're not alone in the district. I think there's other instances of water companies installing a lot of renewable energy, but they legally can't use it to microgrid their facility. So I think that's one issue, a good policy issue. But the other part of that is, and I think it was mentioned earlier, there's a very profitable market for renewable energy. So like the infrastructure you mentioned is DC Water, they're making a lot of money selling gas and energy back to the grid. Same with other electric utilities. It's hard to go to their board and make the argument that, hey, we don't need an extra $15 million in revenue to help the ratepayer. We can just take that to prepare for an emergency that may or may not happen. So how do you incentivize resiliency investments, whether it's against power or drought or, whatever, you can go down the list. If you find a good way to incentivize it and get the regulatory hurdles out of the way, I think you can improve resilience dramatically.
And John French from CISA back there wanted to jump in.
Thank you very much. John French, I am with CISA. I'm not a plant to help out Lauren. But I want to share something with you. Although I'm been a Fed for 14 years, I spent 21 years in the private sector after leaving the military. And I've been that guy standing in the boardroom trying to convince somebody to influence security and infrastructure resilience in many ways. There's 2 times that you can improve resilience of fixed and operating infrastructure. That's number 1 during design build, and number 2 when it comes down for extended maintenance, or it's down for cause, right? So the people that make decisions about individual utilities need to understand put a box around it. What's going to cause that infrastructure to go away? And that is the threat picture. And people that are in operations for any form of infrastructure, they're thinking about that. But what about the threat? And there are resources in the communities, and you have to start at ground level, right? Connect that utility, that operator, those leaders within those utilities, connect them with a fusion center, We have people in every state of the country that go around and talk to this. We work with DHS Intel. We can talk in an unclassified manner about threat and what the threat can do, and we can work with our interagency partners to explain, what does this really mean? When they say, oh, the power goes out, and they have no clue how long that water or that power will be gone, they can learn right there. And that can influence the decisions of the leadership within those utilities, whether they're municipally based or private sector. And I dare say, for DOD, we talked about that earlier. I heard the question. I listened carefully. It's important our agency goes out and works with DOD and introduces them to the local community. That fence is a barrier. When you're talking Title 10 and you're talking private sector, there's a lot that can be done here. There's a whole world of resources, but I dare say there's opportunities to leverage, and we're not there yet. We're not doing it yet, albeit we're trying. And I hope that helps. Thank you.
Tom? Yep. Avi, and then you had your hand up. Tom, let me jump over here. He had his hand up for a while, then I'll come back to you. Yes,
hi, this is David Winks with AccuSite. I understand that there are about 450 large water utilities and about 4,000 that serve about 80% of the U.S. population. Now, in talking with some of these water utilities, they really would prefer not to be in the power business. And so it seems like there's a great opportunity for utilities to operate a microgrid for them on their behalf as a power purchase arrangement. And that may allow the utilities to put in a hardened microgrid that's protected against a wide variety of threats, everything from storms to EMP. And that would assure that 80% of our population isn't going to be without water and wastewater. Is that something that your organizations might consider exploring?
Yes, I've seen some presentations from a company in the Texas area that kind of almost provides, resilience as a service, where either they can own and operate the generators on site, have them to bring on, or in other cases where, the private sector will install solar panels, maintain them, and then after the life of the project, say 20 years, turn over whatever remaining life is to the water utility or the customer. So I think that sort of, that third party, like you said, because they're in the business of providing water, I think that's one opportunity to, get some of them. I think it's as a very large, complex sector, but, about, as you said, it's a very small fraction of water systems, about 400 that serve 100,000 or more, another about 500 in the mid-size range, and then the rest of them, there's 10,000 systems total that will serve 3,300 or more, and the rest are really small systems, think like a well serving a subdivision, but to really focus on those, smaller subset of systems that serve the greatest population.
Tom?
So this is a bit of a pivot back away from water to electric, but it goes to the really kind of educating the policymakers, right? So I'll give NERC some kudos. There's a NERC report that's issued annually, or every other year rather. It's called the Risk Report, Reliability Issue Steering Committee Report. And for the first time, they included a subsection on policy. And it speaks directly to some of the policy decisions that are made in good faith towards renewables, right, that are having or driving adverse impacts on the grid. So, again, I commend NERC on it because it's politically was a little bit of a risky move. But I think that type of thing, that type of conversation needs to be had at a lot of different levels. So I don't know if there's an analog for the water sector, but, you might want to look at the NERC risk report as an example of, a first step in that direction.
And I'll also note, having said that, one of the things that, so I'm going to take my PJM hat off for a minute and put on my DOE Electricity Advisory Committee hat for a second. One of the things that we have talked about, I think, ad nauseum in our discussions is the need for education. And as a matter of fact, in our most recent work that we presented to the DOE the last couple of months, Wanda, right? It was on urgent reliability needs. We wanted to kind of get away from the fact that we know there are many, many issues that need to be addressed from a reliability and resiliency perspective, but when you're thinking about the trends and the timing and the policies, what are the top 3 to 5 that if you can help drive, can at least mitigate what we're seeing, more broadly across the industry? One big piece of that was education. Educating the policymakers and everyone along that decision chain that needs to think about, technical solutions all the way up to the general policies. But education is a really big piece of that. Another thing that we acknowledged when we provided these recommendations is the fact that there are pockets of the industries that's doing some of that work. The question is it reaching the total audience that it needs to reach, and is it being presented with a level of urgency that we see given the timing? So it is absolutely, I think, one of the linchpins into making sure that we we have a reliable transition.
Yeah, we just have a few minutes left. Avi, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, I'm thinking about takeaways from this discussion and what can we learn from what is being said here about how to drive these very high-level policy decisions in the right direction. And there are 2 things that really caught my attention. So, Kevin, you said very early on in this discussion that technical competence is crucial to drive policy decisions because it leads to credibility. And Darlene, the phrase you used is ringing the bell, right? That there's an attempt to ring the bell. So it seems to me if we put these together and we get a very broad set of advocates speaking together to some of the key decision makers, that could transform things. So the NERC report that you referred to, Tom, is a report. It comes from NERC. What PJM is doing to try to ring the bell is something that PJM is doing. There are other organizations that are trying to drive these messages. Lauren, you commented on the work that's being done by advocates within the water industry. But perhaps what this means is we need to all collectively work together on this. So 2 options I will suggest to get very concrete. We've talked about 4 working groups that will have a life after this conference. One of them is policy. I recommend that everyone join one of those working groups and also the policy working group. Let's begin a process to get many corporations with representation in a process that will have some legacy and we can grow and spread. And the other suggestion I'll make, which we'll go over tomorrow, we are hosting a many corporation university process called the Human Continuity Project. We'll discuss that tomorrow. But the intent is to develop a collaborative effort that represents organizations. PJM is now a member. FERC actually is a government member. NERC is a member. There are power companies that are joining this effort. And the idea is to speak with the volume of many, many voices for policy advocacy, among other things. So we'll discuss that tomorrow. It's a little more complex than that. But to be very precise and specific, I would say we'll provide an opportunity to sign up for these different working groups before the conference is over. But everyone should join the policy working group, and let's see if we can't find a way to have many voices speak directly to critical policymakers.
Yeah, Avi, on that note, the other thing that helps is to share I want to say a common language. It's kind of tough when you're doing multi-sector, but at least a common understanding. And so when these policymakers are hearing advocates come before them from different sectors, they're hearing those same themes get repeated versus having one conversation with electric, yeah, we get that, and then another one with water, and then they don't connect the dots. So I think you're on to make a good point. Chris, I got the hook, so if you have any other questions, comments, our great panelists, thank you for participating and for your excellent remarks. We'll all be around at lunch and breaks for a further conversation. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much. Happy to announce that it's lunchtime, so lunch is out the back, and then hang a right rather than a left, and there's a PJM puts out an amazing buffet, so please enjoy yourselves. And also, there will be continued interviews that Elkanon Schnur will be having, and they're set up kind of near the lunch table. So if you'd like to make a couple points with them, please just stop by and say hello to Elkanon. He's happy to do a quick interview. Thank you. We'll be back here at in an hour at 1:20. Get to settle in. We'll get, hope everybody enjoyed lunch and appreciate all the discussions this morning.
Oh, yeah, you've got some slides, right?
We're going to continue this discussion.
Probably have.
You see it up there? Yeah, sure. Sure, yeah. So this next discussion, talking about getting practical and ideas for regulatory and policy changes to address some of these issues. We have an excellent panel here, co-chaired by Gladys Brown-Duterrell and Rick Morose. We also have Chairman now Stephen DeFrank from PAPUC, Tom O'Brien from PJM, and Steve Flynn from Northeastern. I'll turn it over to Gladys in a second, and I think we're going to start with a quick couple of slides by Steve, and then move into the discussion. So thanks very much. Take it away.
I want to make sure everyone can hear me. I know I'm very soft-spoken, so, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to continuing the conversation in terms of discussion for resiliency and reliability. Our panel is entitled, I apologize, our panel is entitled, well, talking about whether it's challenges or opportunities as we look at the regulatory landscape. So I know throughout the day, I've been jotting down a couple of things that I've seen or heard some of the other panels talk about. And I've tried to bring it back in terms of whether it's an opportunity or whether it's a challenge. Because I know in the course of this panel, I think we'll bring it back to what, in terms of regulators, it's now, the rubber meets the road, because we're looking at different things that regulators would have to look at as it impacts the consumers, and still trying to move forward with some of the things that we believe should be in place or should be in place as part of this overall discussion of the conference in terms of resiliency. Regulators generally are used to the traditional rate-making type of path forward, but when you're building in a cleaner transition or cleaner energy and looking at some of the demands that have been on the electric grid, as we heard so many different things in terms of changes in technology, there's things that we may not have envisioned 20, 30 years ago when regulators were looking at rate making and things of that nature. So I'm excited about this panel. I'm excited to be joined by one of my former colleagues from across the Delaware River, Rick Morose. It is the Delaware River. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Gladys, great to be with you.
He always came over to Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
I was going to let you know.
I did.
Like, come on over, Rick.
It is great to be here with my former colleague, good friend with Gladys. She served as the chair of the Pennsylvania Commission. I was the president of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities. I then had the opportunity to serve as NARUC's Critical Infrastructure Committee chair, and Gladys was my successor when I stepped down. So she is both an old friend and a colleague, and it's great to be back here. I don't know, though, why they felt it necessary, Chris and Avi, to have two former regulators co-chairing this, because it's such a weighty issue, I suppose. But we do appreciate the opportunity to convey some of our own thoughts, but to be with this great group. Let me just make a few introductory comments and then mention the panel, and Gladys might have a few other comments. These conversations are so important, but in a setting like this, I'm reminded of the experiences that I had, particularly in New Jersey. Really, and the last panel, Lauren in particular was speaking about the impacts of Sandy and some of the follow-on that occurred. Sandy really did define, in many ways, both operational as well as management issues, response issues that needed attention. So, for example, the sector coordinating councils grew out of the post-Sandy review of how to manage events, significant events. We in New Jersey undertook a number of specific post-Sandy efforts, of which I had the responsibility for the rebuild. We explored microgrids. We stood up a resilience funding bank for on-site water, wastewater, and hospital operations. New Jersey then used some of its hazard mitigation funding to plan a self-contained grid for its transportation network. Unfortunately, the current administration has seen fit not to proceed with that, but those are the kinds of measures that we look to plan, are the kinds of responses that are needed in terms of significant catastrophic black sky events. And I should also mention, and this gets to the heart of this discussion about the need for the involvement with the regulators, is that in New Jersey, post-Sandy, we sat down with the companies and effectively negotiated out continuing infrastructure upgrades and investments for resilience, which continue to this day. Our gas, water, and electric companies all made significant investments post-Sandy that went to the heart of the need to keep things operational, and that was done in a negotiated and in a collaborative way between the industry and the Board of Public Utilities. So it's just a lesson in how that can and should be done. So we're pleased to have this group here today. We have Steve Flynn, from the director of the Global Resilience Institute at Northeastern University, Tom O'Brien, Chief Information Officer and Senior VP here at PJM, and the current chair of the Pennsylvania Commission, Steve DeFrank. Gladys, let me just turn back to you with any other comments you wanted to make, and then I think we're going to turn it over to Steve.
No, I can make some comments throughout the course of some of the questions that we make, so turn it over to Steve.
Oh, great. Well, thank you very much.
Well, we have to remember which Steve we're talking about. Steve Flynn.
That's right. It's a thrill to be here, and great to have be here with you, Rick, who also forgot to mention he's a distinguished senior fellow with us at the Global Resilience Institute. A lot that I've been learning about this has come from things that Rick has helped to school me on, as well as Avi and pulling me into this arena. The panel we just had before us, I think, was very helpful queuing up with my key point. So I'm really grateful, to Lauren for setting up and talking about the water sector, because it was actually the first slide I had here. 5 million lost power in Texas, but 12 million lost water. Right? So let's do the arithmetic here. If we only have a conversation that's just within the power sector, we're really not focusing on where maybe the impacts lie. And that water, of course, at the timing in February 2021, basics like fire hydrants, but also impact on hospitals. At a time when COVID was at a peak and you were trying to do vaccinations, you basically had a system knocked down. And so having those other sectors is so important. I was going to ask, so how many people from the maritime transportation sector here? I guess I'm it. How about transportation? We got one? Okay, excellent. Here's part of the issue that I think gets us to where we need to be thinking about the regulatory side. So, Rick, of course, lives Sandy. I tried to get the city of Boston, my fair city, a couple of years after Sandy to say, what if that storm had come north? That wall of water basically came into Boston Harbor. How would we handle it up here in Boston? So here's an opening map. If you were a pilgrim and you arrived here in the 17th century, you would have seen just the brown there. That's what Boston was back in the 1630 time frame. All right, it was basically almost an island with a little throat that went through to connect to Roxbury. In fact, Back Bay, you can understand where that came from. Okay, it was water. So basically, the city wanted to grow. So how did it do? It just filled in the wetlands. And guess what? You filled it in just a little bit above high tide. And then the city kept growing, so we just added a little bit more. And around it, that's the gray, basically, places like Logan Airport and the rest. The bottom line is virtually all the critical infrastructure for the city is hovering basically at high tide. So what will happen, here's a key piece relative to our energy thing here. So we looked at just not the full Sandy scenario, just 7 feet of water at high tide. You can see where the blue is. Let me back you up. This does back up. All right? It's not difficult to figure this out. All right? Where you put fill, but guess where we put all the industrial landscape that makes Boston not a 17th century port, but a modern city? We put it on the place where we added more fill. All right? We didn't put it on Beacon Hill, by the way. All right? We put it down kind of in the low-lying areas here. So what you're seeing in the black dots everywhere, all our substations are. All right, now I want to highlight here also power generation, the Mystic Generating Station, which now is fueled by liquefied natural gas, therefore dependent on the port, is nicely on the waterfront. And the water, again, this is a 7-foot scenario. Now, the terminal will sort of kind of ride itself out. The power generation will. But we're also talking about water just doesn't rise like a bathtub. It just rolls in, as we saw with Sandy, and it likes to bring a lot of debris with it. Interconnectedness, okay? Well, one is impact on things like fuel. By the way, the Chelsea Swing Bridge that gets you up to the airport goes underwater into the scenario. That means you can't get fuel to get the planes going. But I love this example here because, of course, our wonderful subway system is an electromechanical system. And where is the power station for that electromechanical system? Conveniently on the waterfront in South Boston. It has backup power. Brilliant. 2 jet turbines that can kick in and basically bring the lights back on if the grid goes down. Conveniently co-located with the facility on the waterfront. There it is. All right, now again, it's a little about 7, so we can dodge this bullet, but we had 11 feet at Battery Park and with Sandy. So you start to see what some of the scenarios are here. So finally in 2016, I was able to, and that's all I got for visuals, but to work with the head of our emergency management agency, Kurt Schwartz, with MEMA, the Master Emergency Management Agency, and just bring together 2 sectors, the transport and the power sector, to talk about the scenario that I just laid out for you here. And some of the things that we ended up discussing at the most basic level were, okay, that water drowns the T, and we need to get that power farm back up and running. City of Boston, do you got anybody who's going to clear the street to get access to that? Nope, not on our list. You know, we do schools, hospitals, police stations. Nobody told us about the transit system, okay, that the city relies on because it's a state agency that runs that. All right, hey, it's on the waterfront. Maybe we can move barges in. You know, waterfront actually could help with the recovery. Coast Guard, where is this on your list? Transit? You know, I saw that thing from the waterfront once, but I'm not quite, is that what it does? This is the kind of problem we have here when we're trying to wrestle with this big issue of the grid going down, is that the systems are all hyper-connected, and we're talking in silos. And the silos are going to keep us basically having the same conversation in 5 years, same conversation in 10 years, 15, just map it all out until the mayhem reaches a point where we can't have the conversation because we're living back in the 16th century. So the big theme I hopefully will explore in the panel here is how do we basically get out of the silos? How do we have conversations across the sectors? And I think one of it is you just pull the sectors together, and that's going to take regulators being a part of it as we're post-Sandy, but we want to get pre-Sandy too, but it's hard. So that's my key up.
Thanks, Steve. So your point is clearly the regulators, policymakers, government officials need to be involved with the industry in the planning, and you're the planner here, you know, on this kind of pre-event, pre-catastrophic event planning that has to be done.
That's right. And in the process, and I just will finish with this, is when you get people to think through the morning after problem, it almost always helps them think, is there a way that maybe we can make this less messy? And the answer almost always, yeah, we can mitigate a lot of this stuff, you know, by starting to making these kinds of investments. But by pushing that morning after kind of scenario, and I talk about as a disaster is a terrible thing to waste. Right? They command our attention for a very short window of time. And that in that window, what we need to do is educate people about not how the life safety response went or didn't go, but really what could or should have been done to have mitigated what happened and what can be done to accelerate recovery and adaptation next time around. And that's the resilience focus is a shift from, not the life safety response issue. We got that actually down pretty good. It's really a stepping back and look at the system and the systems of systems and what we could do to manage it and what we could do to respond and recover and getting again out of the silos.
Great. Thanks, Steve.
I do want to follow up with where Steve was going in terms of getting out of the silos, because working as a commissioner, I also worked on the national level with our National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. As Rick had mentioned, I took his place after he left as the chair of the NARUG Critical Infrastructure Committee, and silos was something we talked about all the time. So with that, I want to throw out to our other presenters, as we're talking about, is it a challenge or is it an opportunity? Let's talk about those silos, or talk about some of the big concerns that you have that could really reflect or even answer Steve's question in terms of the silos. So I'll turn it over to Chairman DeFrank.
So I think it's both. Can you guys hear me up there? Can you hear me, you think?
I think so, Steve.
So I think it's both. I think that they are siloed, and breaking down those silos gives you opportunity. It is very clear, and collaboration is key to this from a regulatory standpoint. In Pennsylvania, we have something we call chairman's calls. I have not had a chairman's call yet. I've not called one since I've been in this position. Last one I was involved with was called by my predecessor in the position. That was on the rail strike, wasn't it? Or potential rail strike. And what it does, though, so it was the only one I was ever involved in, but I got to see firsthand the value of it, because sectors typically do not communicate. And what those calls do are bring the various sectors across the board in together to communicate. There could have been an issue that the water sector has been dealing with for years, that now the electric sector has to deal with, and they're trying to find out best practices. Putting water folks together with those folks helps bring that about. So collaboration is key. Collaboration will then bring that opportunity, I think.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, thank you. And can you all hear me okay?
A little bit closer.
A little bit closer. Let me just raise this up a bit. Okay, anyway, just quickly, I'm kind of the unicorn on the panel because I'm not the policy person. Our policy guy is sitting there, Awesome Hawk, but I'd like to bring some perspectives to this panel, based on that question. And I think the thing that's interesting as I listened this morning is the intersection between all of these items. And when I first started thinking about the panel, it talked about, is it a challenge or an opportunity? And I know it's motherhood and apple pie, but it's clearly both. And I think there's opportunities that we really need to focus on. And I want to limit it to two areas that I think are major risks and areas where we could make a difference. And the first is around communications. Every GridX exercise that I have participated in through the great work of NERC is the closing session is we got to do better communicating. We need resilient communications. And there's been a lot of opportunities for that. And when I look at it, kind of coming from the technology point of view, it's not a technology challenge. I think that the technology is there. It's really a collaboration challenge in bringing people together. There's philosophical differences that people have. Some of you may remember a former CEO of PJM. His name was Terry Boston. And Terry had a saying, there's not a silver bullet, but there's a silver buckshot. And I think that's what Resilient Comms is I think during that black sky event, which we don't know exactly what it's going to look like, there is going to be things that are down and there's going to be things that are left. And how do we make sure we build a strategy for interoperability between what's available and what's not available to string together the best communication we can get to talk from transmission owners to generation owners to law enforcement across the board. And I really believe that opportunity exists. It's bigger than PJM. It's bigger than EIS. It's bigger than the DOE. It is a government whole type of thing, and I think it's going to really require public and private partnerships. So that was the one issue that I think we can maybe take into the working groups and think about a little more. The second one, which is kind of near and dear to my heart, and it's near and dear to my heart because it keeps me up at night. And again, touched on all the other panels, but it's this notion of supply chain risk. And when I step back and I look at the pandemic, and you look at the issues we had with supply chain that were unintentional because of, just the way people were working. Imagine how bad supply chain could be if it was intentional. And I think that there are adversaries out there that are intending in the future to significantly disrupt the supply chain, and I think it's a huge national security risk to not just energy, I think, to the way we think about life. So I think there's an opportunity for us to look at, well, what are the things we can do around supply chain? I won't get into all of those issues, but there's regulatory things that we can do. There's manufacturing things we can do. I think there's work that's already started with DOE around things like the Citrix program where they're doing testing. How do we build that to scale? And I think the opportunity for us is to take these things that are near and dear to us, that are concerning us, and find a way to accelerate the movement of that in a very focused and priority way. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Tom, let me stay with you and ask you a question, but it sort of will impact, I think, then maybe everybody will have a comment about this. PJM has to work with state regulators, but it's a creation of the federal government, really, and has to be very directly engaged with the federal regulators. Oftentimes there are gaps between the federal regulators and state regulators. How do you, particularly with the several issues you just mentioned, how do you address that? How do you at PJM, either now or in anticipation of these kinds of circumstances, manage that? And then maybe we can ask the chairman to give his perspectives on that, and maybe Steve to give some thoughts on how to plan to make sure those gaps don't occur, having been a federal official yourself. But Tom, how do you at PJM deal with that dynamic?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm looking at Awesome as our policy guy. But, as you articulate, there are definitely differences between federal policies and what the states are looking for. And the other thing we know is all the states are looking for different things as well. We see our role as kind of being the honest broker of the truth and really laying out, here are the risks, here are the things that we're doing. Awesome has been leading a reliability initiative across PJM, education, informing. We touched on that issue this morning. There was a really good question that was asked around retirement of fossil fuels and the pace upon which renewables are coming online. And I think for us, it's that continued outreach with our states, with our federal government, and I don't know that we've made tremendous progress in the areas that I touch, like resilient comms and the whole supply chain issue. But I know Awesome and his team have done a really nice job kind of communicating and working the issues around grid reliability, availability of generation, those kinds of things.
Mr. Chairman, what are your thoughts on the working between the states, federal regulators, and then with the industry?
So for me, this is old hat. I mean, so my background is most of my experience is working in the state legislature and state senate. So the identifying potential conflicts between federal law, federal policy, state law, state policy, I've been doing for the last 30 years from the state end, and that's the little brother end. So you get used to, you are going to, the supremacy clause and federal rules are going to hold. I think the best way from the state end, what I've done in the past, is identify what those conflicts are and then work with the federal agency, and once you identify those, the best way of, because it's in everyone's best interest to resolve those conflicts, both federal and state end. Normally on the state end, it's identification of those issues, those conflicts, and how we resolve them.
And Steve, you were a senior official with the Coast Guard. You obviously now do a lot of planning. What are your thoughts on this and how to address those kinds of either gaps or challenges and bring everyone together?
Yeah, I mean, I guess as a starting point, what we've tried to do in a bit of the scenario, hopefully help, put people's headspace in it. The key is to recognize a resilience focus is not the same as reliability. And this is something I know, Rick, you've been really great on here as well. The idea that we have to have 100% function all the time in order to be successful, right, is incapacitating for planning for when we have something like they all go dark. What I have tried to do and break out with some of my more, technical colleagues on the engineering side, network science side, and so forth, how do we distinguish between essential function and normal function? This is a critical starting point, I think, for these conversations. Essential function is enough to keep your function alive and provide basically sufficient function to those who depend on you to stay alive. Right? Then you recover. That you have to really focus on how do you safeguard. You don't have to keep all the lights going on all the time, which is more in the reliability side. Because then it becomes a cost-benefit analysis. Normal function, 100%, how quickly you want that? How much can we live with that? But at least you've now got people sort of focused on not the dream that everything can work all the time, around the clock, but can basically focus on that essential to keep the lights on and then to start to recover. Because there are very actually paths forward for accelerating that recovery if you map that out. Where's that planning happen? What we try to do, and we were very successful with that tabletop of sorts to get people to think through in the transportation. We had the federal people there, we had the state people, we had the city folks, we had the industry owner-operators. The folks who actually really knew this problem. They would be on the blame light when this thing happened. But when I went back to Kurt Swartz, when it's the next meeting, you got to have the governor and you have to have the mayor here, and they've got to have the CEOs here. Because all these people need permission to work the problem. They got full day jobs here. And they can't invest extra energy around this unless there's a political cover there that says, I want this fixed. Right? But I do think it happens at that level, at the state, ideally levels, in the city involvement there is key. We've got to get those leaders in there to give the permission for folks to work these issues. We'll find solutions. But the other important piece here, coming back to more of the regulatory side here, this is something we talked to, well, all this is going to have cost. Right? If clearly to add this extra capacity, safeguard, even the essential function. Well, if you're making the rate case by yourself as a power sector to your utility, you may run into a wall. But what if the transit people, what if in our Massachusetts context, Massport that runs the airport, MBTA that runs the transit system, the hospital association, the telecom, Verizon, are all at that rate case going, they go down because you don't do this, we go down. That starts to shift the conversation a little bit about, well, we can't afford this, we don't want to be on the back of our rate, because you start to see the consequences. Bottom line, it's not just the silos, it's a combination of resetting how we think the problem and how we essentially drive beyond the technical to get the folks who are going to have to step through this crisis to be able to respond to it.
We have a question in the back.
Yeah, Dan Stevens, National Grid. Excellent discussion. Could you speak a little bit around the silos inherent to the funding streams? We talked about the rate case, but then on the back end of that, the need to really work across sectors. I think there's certainly some inherent challenges in how each industry justifies their own expense on these shorter-term cycles when clearly there's a need to talk about the cost or impact from a more of a societal or cross-industry angle than just one industry at a time.
I'm going to turn it over to the chairman of the PEC. I'm so glad I'm not the chairman.
You have so much more experience doing this, right? So that's the challenge. That's the challenge that Gladys spoke about in your opening comments, I think. Regulatory bodies aren't built to provide that excess funding. We look at issues when an entity comes in for a rate case. We look at it and we say, how are our customers, how's a ratepayer going to benefit? A lot of times when you're dealing with sort of, resiliency type issues like this, there may not be a direct benefit like we're used to seeing. So I think we have to change a little bit and identify what is a benefit, first off, because what we identified as benefits 30 years ago is not the same today. So I think regulatory bodies have to change to provide, entities coming in and to provide that funding to build some of this. I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
Yeah, I would add something to that.
Go ahead.
I think it's a really good question, and I think you got to speak to it almost from a scenario or a use case perspective. And I'll give you an example. Like, I talked a little bit about resilient comms. And what we have said for a really long time is that in that black sky event, communication is critical. It's critical not just in the electric sector, it's critical across sectors. And if it's that important, then we need to move the ball. And one way to move the ball is through public-private partnerships and aligning on priorities. And I look at things like, some of the stimulus funding that is out there, whether it be through the infrastructure plan or whatever else. There are dollars out there to do some of it. I think where regulators can help us is prioritizing the dollars for what's most important. And then I think there's local investment that needs to occur by local utilities, but I think where we struggle at times is we're trying to do everything. And we're spreading the dollars that we have across so many things that we're not able to drive the issues that are the most important. So I think that's certainly part of it. And you're getting more of a operations perspective as opposed to maybe a regulatory point of view. But
I would say that we can model not just how these systems will fail, how these cascades will happen, but what the associated cost of those are. I mean, you're not going to have it perfect, but you're going to have pretty good approximations. And so at its most basic level, as a utility, National Grid may say, hey, I lose that substation, it's $20 million to replace it, it's a 1 in 100-year event. We'll cope with it when it happens. But that particular substation, given interdependencies, may mean $100 to $200 million of cost and disruption. Post the event, all those folks who depend on you are going, why didn't you do more? Well, they weren't at the table when you said, I have to raise the rates, to do more, right? So again, by mapping out what these costs are across the sectors, I think is going to be a much more compelling argument to the ratepayers as well as to the elected officials. But we don't really have those numbers. And part of the issue is everybody's like this with their vulnerabilities, because you're terrified that actually if you start talking about them, you will get regulated or cost and it won't be very good. So we got to find a safe, trusted place to really lay out the facts of life here, what these cascades are like to be, what the consequences are, what the costs are, sanitize it. We don't need to give roadmaps for how this all happens. But if we don't do that work, we're just simply going to be having the same conversation 5, 10 years from now.
Steve makes a great point. I know we have a couple other questions, but this point is really, and he mentioned reliability versus resilience. And I spent a lot of time in this on the Electric Advisory Committee at the DOE. We've had many conversations about this. We have reliability metrics in this country, but we do not have any good resilience frameworks, metrics, or calculators to identify what the costs and the benefits are of these significant investments that would have to come to be more resilient than being reliable. And that is a challenge for everybody, and sometimes, as Steve says, you just have to get to the basic building blocks of understanding the cost and valuing the benefits from it.
Exactly. I know we have some questions, and I just want to add on to what Rick said, and it took a lot of time and discussion with utility commissioners to say resiliency and reliability is two different things. Some people were trying to use them interchangeably, so I see a hand over here. Please identify yourself.
Yeah, my name is Budge Courier. I'm with the Office of Emergency Services in California. There's been a lot of mention about emergency communications. I want to make sure everybody in the room realizes there's a resource available in every state called the Statewide Interoperability Coordinator, or the SWIC. And there are published documents for interoperability channels to communicate public-private sector. So there's a National Interoperability Field Operations Guide, or NIFOG, at the federal level. If you want to know more, we'll talk about this in the Emergency Comms breakout later today. But just know that there are some really robust resources down at the state level. I was a SWIC for 13 years, so very, very familiar with how these communication pipelines can be opened up. One of the challenges I see there is they're not exercised enough, right? Because you want to be able to pick up a tool and a resource during a disaster and use it immediately. But aside from that, the information is available. You've just got to build to it and exercise it. So just want to put that out as a resource.
So hand in the back.
Yes, Chuck Mantle from Instant Access Networks. I had a question sort of pointing towards Steve's earlier comment about looking at the essential requirements versus like what you do every day. Hospitals are a good case in point because 30 to 50% of their energy, of course, is backed up with backup generators, right? So the question to you is this. If I were able to 100% fund from the private sector every critical infrastructure in the country, every hospital campus and things like that, with private sector funds such that they could do 30 to 50% of what they normally do, which would be their critical loads, and they'll self-identify what they are. Would all of you in the regulated utility industry cooperate with that if that means I'm putting local energy systems on the grid behind the meter and need your help to every once in a while sell across the meter to some other people and let you make some money off the top? Would you be cooperative in a program like that where we would guarantee the full funding of that so you don't have to put a nickel out on that?
Well, good thing I'm not a regulator.
I'll take that one. So that's been the fight. That's been the policy issue. That's the problem with microgrids is that who owns the generation? You know, EDCs in Pennsylvania, we're a restructured state, and you know, there were microgrid legislation, you know, when you were still at the commission being considered in General Assembly, and that's the fight. That's the issue you guys probably dealt with at the PUC, and that's who owns the generation, because we're restructured, and that is a huge, huge policy decision that's well above my pay grade.
So let me follow up on that to give you more of an idea in terms of the challenges that he was referring to in Pennsylvania. It is a provision because we are a restructured state that none of our utilities own generation. I know some states have changed that to say they can own like a small portion, like 10% or whatever, and I'm thinking it was one of the states in the Northeast. But that was the main discussion because I was the one up there testifying, and that was the questions that were posed to me because, you know, utilities are not, they've sold off their generation in Pennsylvania and things of that nature. So how do you go back and allow them to own generation? Or should it be a third party or something of that nature? And I believe the General Assembly got stuck in that, and trying to move them forward was difficult because whenever they have other issues to deal with, they just put it on the back burner. So that would be my answer to the question, but I think it'd be great to evolve into something else that Steve had said earlier in terms of trying to educate people, and I think Darlene Phillips said that in one of her statements, trying to educate people. How do we educate our elected officials to be on the same page, to have the understanding instead of waiting for something to happen? Because you're right, Steve, that whenever something happens that's, you know, to a level that's everyone is so afraid and terrified or very upset that we allowed it to happen, we can get so many things done. But that's a small, you know, time window and things of that nature. And how do we deal with that in terms of educating them? I throw that out to any of the panelists.
I think we're really having, you know, just the right discussion. Part of the core issue that we're wrestling with is we're trying to retrofit legacy infrastructure that we stopped investing in seriously for about 30 plus years. You know, we're trying to put new requirements on an old system that's failing. You know, I've something to describe. We're like a generation who's inherited our grandparents' mansion, and we refuse to do the upkeep. You know, it was our parents and grandparents that built the modern foundations of our society. They put their blood, their treasure, their inventiveness, and we've been just coasting on it for 30 years saying we can't afford even to maintain it, never mind to actually make it resilient and reliable and the rest. So we are swimming upstream, but where's the opportunity? Well, clearly, we have a new Infrastructure Act, and we actually are putting money out there. Let's use that to pilot things, to do things different. I mean, you know, we may not get the full scale, but every new dollar we're putting to put towards something new, we should be able to embed the best practice. It's a lot easier to do that in. Create a carve-out just to let that happen, so you start to have the story that people can kind of get around saying, I like that versus this old rickety thing. You know, you have that piece. The other is the most insane part of the American experience with disaster is we just put it all back together again, like trying to get Humpty Dumpty back together at the wall. But all that money flows, and we just put things back together. You know, no new dollars, whether it's for recovery or for new development, should go unless it's already has these new design concepts in it. And there's opportunity there. We just got to, but you got to have done the planning in advance, before the disaster happens, but also now. We have to look at how can we be inventive with every new dollar that's coming in. And a big part of that inventiveness has to be, yeah, it sounds like a lot of money, trillion plus at all here. It's a drop in the bucket for the need, so there has to be private capital. We have to find a way in which that private comes in with the public, in fact, more private than public. We marry that up here to get to a better place, because we're not going to New Deal-like get ourselves out of this mess. It is, though, here it is public on the table. How every dollar that we put in publicly leverage to come up with maybe just different, like the proposal up here, different approaches to get to the desired outcome. Yeah.
But to answer your question, just feeding off what Steve said, is lawmakers have to deal with this. I mean, the bottom line is we have to allow some ownership of generation, or else we are not going to see these facilities built. And you're certainly not going to see private dollars being put into them.
Yeah, let me just add something to that. I think from a technical perspective, it's a really great question, and I think we do need to find ways to allow things like backup generation to be utilized whenever it's needed. I think the trick there is how do you make sure that you're managing the physics of the grid in terms of those things that are connecting to the distribution system, and how do you get visibility to that through the whole, because you need to do things like load forecasting and the like. But I think that's what's happening with this renewable world we're in general, is there's a lot coming onto the distribution system, and we're going to need to find ways to manage it effectively, but I think we should. The last thing I would say on it is I think to your point about like selling back, I think the trick is it, if you're selling back and it's economic, that's great. If you're selling back and it's not economic, that's not so great. So I think we need to figure out those paradigms as well.
Avi, I know you had a question.
Yeah. We've been talking in terms of policy, both challenge and to some extent opportunity. I wanted to make that conversation, see if I can't make it go a little further. And I've learned from Paul that softball questions are very important, so I have one. Let's increase the challenge a little bit. I think everything that we've said falls under the rubric of we need to see some adaptations in policy. So government policy at some level, perhaps regulatory, perhaps legislators, Chairman, you suggested need to get involved. But I think it's not simply that we need to have policy that respects more resilience. We need to have resilient policy that drives the potential for resilience to be profitable. Because the fundamental challenges that we face in terms of the complexity and interconnectivity of everything, the reason everything's getting more complex and more interconnected is because there are the economic factors that drive in that direction to expand profits for more and more organizations. So any resilient solution that is put in place that does not utilize the same economic forces to strengthen and evolve themselves will be very short-lived. And what all of that means is we need to find a way to make resilience policy happen and make it profitable. So corporations in every sector will be working hard to find opportunities to make sure their internal and external resilience is as good as it can be. So that, it seems to me, is the real challenge. And then obviously the question that comes with it is, what will it take? And is that something that with adequate discussion and adequate public comment and so forth, PUCs could take on? Does that require legislative top cover, or what is a process in the vision of anyone that could provide a concrete pathway to get there?
And let me throw in maybe another concept, because I think they're probably, to look at a full menu, you might have to consider federal programs or funding or financing and state programs or financing. Who wants to take this question?
Wow.
You want to
start?
I'll answer with my counsel by me. So, and that's, I'd ask you, in Pennsylvania, I think it would need to be legislative, and I think it would change, it would depend on state by state, depending on their restructuring law. So in Pennsylvania, I think you would need a legislative change in order to do that, in order to make resiliency profitable, because what you're saying is you're allowing them to sell excess power.
And the interesting thing about that is, I think that's what Rick and I have seen on the national level. It was, I think it's eye-opening to see what other states do. I thought it was always fascinating to see what New York could do without any form of legislation, whereas Pennsylvania, you know, you don't move without legislative authority, statutory authority to be able to do anything in terms of placing requirements on the entities that you regulate.
Especially coming out of legislation. So part of the profitability, you know, challenge, how does resilience start to be profitable? It really has to be done against the context of what the overall cost of the failure to investment looks like. But there it gets very messy very quickly because, well, we have the macro data. Increasingly, we have more frequent and more intense events that are more costly because we're more hyper-connected. So what used to be a local shock now cascades in far more destructive and expensive ways. But when those real big numbers come in, we typically rely on the federal government to come in and stroke checks. And we're starting to realize that that's probably not sustainable, but hey, we keep letting that national debt go up, so to some extent we're dodging that bullet because the actual costs are ultimately being borne, you know, post-event and often where all these big dollars are. So incentives, again, are wrong. So what's a possible way to play this? One would be that you start to change the federal aid formula. And this is not easy, but it starts to be in the right direction. So right now it's a 20% match on 80 cents on the dollar. Well, you could say, here's the deal. Unless you do X, Y, Z, we're not going to do it that way. It's going to be 50 cents on the dollar. And what's the X, Y, Z? Well, you actually have to inventory the assets you have and estimate in advance what the cost would be if this various hazard played itself out. Secondly, you actually have to have a plan to recover from that event. Thirdly, you have to have insurance that will come in and provide you cash up front for a portion of that recovery. Goes back to my essential function. Now the insurers are coming in. The cost underwriting is actually built around real risk, not political stuff, but generally be a little more risk-based. So the notion here is public policy can play a pretty powerful role but you have to kind of reverse engineer the disincentives we have now for doing this, and then say, how could we reverse that and start to create new incentive lines? These are not Herculean tasks, but they're hard. But we have to be saying that business as usual is getting too costly. So they have to start to shift in this direction.
Maybe just a little bit of follow-up. I don't think the investment required, the cost of embedding resilience as part of a profit stream is very significant. I think it's relatively small. So I think you can get by okay without trying to do a what-if scenario about all the hazards, how much would it cost? Because ultimately, the argument is not what it would cost. The argument is, do we want society to be able to continue past a variety of seriously extreme hazards? It's a yes-no question. It's not a how much will it cost question. And when it comes down to it, if resilience becomes profitable, what I think one would see is it would be a few percent increase in rates if it were done as part of a rate case. The kind of things we've looked at, for example, I know Dominion Energy is here. They have adapted their maintenance program, as I understand it, so that new equipment that is purchased has EMP protection built in. So, and it's not a massive investment. It means that during the normal maintenance cycles over a number of years, everything gets protected. There are mechanisms to keep it inexpensive. I don't think that's the challenge. The challenge is we have not recognized incentivization as resilience, especially profitable resilience, as a priority. We simply haven't got that into our mindset. The regulation today, I mean, you are certainly the experts, but I think regulation, the focus historically has been, let's keep the rates at the minimum. It's just a different focus, but I don't think it would have a very significant effect on costs.
So I know we had a hand in the back. Is it Davidson? No, okay. You, with the red tie then. But you're going to have to say your name for us.
Yes, ma'am. David Winks with AccuSite. You know, one of the things that the utilities do really well is they operate and maintain power systems. Under your regulatory construct, they're prohibited from actually owning one. But if a third party owned it and they maintained and operated it for them on behalf of the end customer, could then the utilities operate and maintain under contract behind the meter assets?
Yeah, that can be done. What happens is we run into the intersection of the owning of the generation and the rights of the franchise of the distribution company. That's really that's the rub here, and what is a disincentive from a regulatory standpoint for microgrids.
I know
Paul Stockton had a question too.
Tom needs another easy question. As you know, Tom, a 3 weeks ago, National Grid in the UK, at the recommendation of the UK government, began a total rip and replace operation for all grid control systems manufactured and provided by a nice Chinese company, Nari Technologies. Love incentives. If things are bad enough, should we revisit the idea of prohibition orders as originally proposed by the Trump administration? And then second of all, the prohibition order that Trump had was, of course, focused on the BPS, given the way that regulatory authority is allocated. Then I'd ask my state friends, what about at the state level for distribution-only companies and all the DER equipment that's provided by Chinese companies galore? Is it time to, in addition to incentives, start looking at that hammer?
Yeah, I'll take. Before you answer that, Tom, let me just say, I wanted to recognize that I've heard Tom say a couple times, well, I'm not really the policy guy, but I think that what you're bringing to the table here just shows how important it is to have folks with operational experience in on the policy discussions, because we get some ground truth. So
yeah, thanks. You know, Paul, I think the question is, it's really interesting, and I think the spirit of the prohibition orders, I think, can make sense. But you can't do those prohibition orders if you don't have a solution on the other end. And that, to me, is where this supply chain opportunity exists. And because I think, you know, and I know I said this earlier, but I think we have a national, you know, threat around the supply chain. And if we do the prohibition, as long as we have a solution, and that solution might even cost more, but until we have that, you know, we'd be in big trouble if we implemented that fully. And maybe there's degrees of implementation of that type of order that, you know, that could make sense. But I would love us to focus on the solution first, which I think a lot of that is what do we do within the United States, within our boundaries, with our allies, those kinds of things on the supply chain. And I think it's really important.
And on that issue, let me just jump in, and Paul knows it's probably worth saying, and many of us that work on those issues, the industry has really been concerned about a comprehensive prohibition order for devices, because they would have to rip and replace so much. And of course, the industry would prefer to see a risk-informed, risk-based approach to those kinds of device retrofits, given the nature of of the devices we're talking about that come from those that are hostile to us here in the United States. But that's the debate and the discussions going on right now in the industry and with regulators is what's the level? Do you do prohibitions? Do you require rip and replace, or can you have some level of risk that's still in the system from these devices and figure out where the highest risks are and remove those and replace them?
If I could make a quick plug about the key shift that I know that sort of is pointing us towards, what I call moving away from the traditional threat or hazard-centric approach to thinking about risk versus a resilience-centric approach. What you often hear when you talk about the threat is what's the probability of the threat manifesting itself, or what's the probability of the hazard happening over time, and then whether or not you can live with that probability. A resilience-centric starts with looking at this is the function. What's that function's value? If it's disrupted, what would the cost be? That's your foundation. That then you look at, okay, what are the other probability events that may come in that could cause that? But it starts to shift away from basically, well, that's 100 years or whatever, into one that says continuity of function is important, especially essential function. And when you basically start doing that analysis, you start to then map the dependencies and interdependencies that allow that to happen. And even if it turns out there is no disruptive event, you almost always find inefficiencies or workarounds that you inherited that people, why the hell are we doing it that way? So it's basically a form of stress testing in order to understand these dependencies and interdependencies, and then making your cost-benefit analysis from that standpoint versus a more traditional one that says, show me the bad guy going after this one thing, right? Big shift in mindset and approach, and I love the fact that Avi has convened us all here to get this going along here, but we really need to up our game. This is not something that anyone in this room is getting any younger around, I see. I'm not certainly, but there's variations of the theme that sounds like conversations I had in 1995 when I was on the National Security Council staff that we're just sort of replaying today. And that's 30 years. That's not good enough. We got to get better. Thank you.
Steve, thank you. Tom, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Gladys, it's great to be with you. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. As we close up, I think one of the things that we wanted to talk about quickly was takeaways. I would love to say one of the takeaways is how do we accelerate this process? How do we move forward quickly? I think that's what Steve was trying to say. In light of all the different challenges that we also said through the course of this discussion, because every state is different, and that's the answer to Paul's last question. Every state is different. In terms of trying to move forward with some type of ban, every state would do it differently or they wouldn't do it because of the challenges that they faced. So I think that's one big takeaway. What are the answers in terms of moving forward? I know that's that's really the gist of this whole conference, but that would be one of the takeaways. So thank you for the conversation. There's a lot to digest here, and I think there's many things that we could have continued to talk about. So thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We'll take a 15-minute break and start up again at 2:35.
When we go to the working group, would you be interested, available to help lead that discussion? You gotta go? Okay, no problem. No, Kevin Curtis is here, so I'm part of it, but since that policy panel and this one are kind of related, I wanted to ask you. I'll see if
So I would say to you, Avi had talked about one of the working groups. I just need to know more information, so just email me.
Sure. They don't talk to this guy here.
I don't have a problem working on it, but in terms of sharing it, I'm just trying to figure out my new job.
Okay.
Well, that's what they're thinking it's going to shoot up.
Why?
It's been consolidating for a long time, and it's been, bouncing to go higher.
Oh, wow, this thing is repeating you.
You have to encourage people to do their own stuff for that much, because that's all that's possible anyway. Figure out a way to make it like whether theoretically, the money they save, the money they earn, I've been good. Well, and yet, you're dealing with an analysis right now. They've already self-identified the critical load. And then maybe a little critical ego. Yeah. So you're dealing with part of So the other instead of worrying about the
Not a bad idea having a cup of water there.
I'll bring it up in just a second. Yep. Welcome back. We're convening our next panel on emergency management and critical infrastructure, chaired by Bud Courier with Naomi Etzion, Adam Ingren, and Gary Soto Fernandez. Pull their bios up here.
And then just make sure that you're talking really close to the mic. I noticed that last time.
Right, yeah. If you're too far back, it doesn't pick you up, so lean into it. All right, Budge, over to you.
All right. There's no feedback up here, so I'm assuming everybody can hear me? Yes. My name is Bud Courier. I'm responsible for public safety communications in the state of California. That includes the 911 system, the 988 system, and the statewide land mobile radio system used by public safety. I'm within the Office of Emergency Services with Cal OES, and obviously emergency management is integrated right into all of those systems of what we do. So the hat I'm wearing today is more of an emergency manager. This panel is going to be focusing on resiliency and reliability and collaboration, and really exploring working with emergency management and public utilities during various types of scenarios, events. We've got an amazing group of panelists up here. So joining us from Puerto Rico is Gary Soto. He's the systems operator and project director in Puerto Rico, and he'll be providing his unique perspective. We've also got Naomi with us. She is the head of the Power System Dynamics with the Israeli Independent System Operator, so bringing a unique perspective from Israel. And then Adam Ingram, who's the Business Continuity Manager from Duquesne. How do you say that? Duquesne. Thank you. Obviously, I'm not French. Light Company. I think that's French. Is that right?
Also not from Pittsburgh?
And I'm not from Pittsburgh. Definitely not. And each of us have a unique set of experience. So what I want to do is we're going to really focus on energy sector resilience with the goal of lowering the impact during energy-related outages. And I'll add some context to start this. In California, we got the brilliant idea to turn off the power for a week at a time to mitigate the risk of wildfires. And we did this thinking it was a great idea, and it was. It saved lives, there's no doubt, and protected the loss of property. But if you could imagine somebody giving you about a 1 week notice that says, hey, next week, you're going to have no power until we figure out when it's good to turn it back on again. That started happening in 2016, 2017 in response to wildfires. So you can imagine what that did to collaboration in our state and what it did to reporting and breaking down some of the perceived barriers and maybe real barriers from information sharing and collaboration and restoration. So we've had some amazing success as a result of that. So I'm going to tee up a question for the panel. Really looking for the conversation from the crowd as well. And we'll start with this idea of what is the relationship between emergency management and the power utilities from each of your perspectives. So Naomi, we'll start with you.
Hi. I was working in the Israel Electric Corporation for more than 30 years, and now I'm in the NOGA, which is the Israel Independent System Operator. So emergency management must be coordinated between all the relevant bodies. That's what we are speaking about in this conference. And we have seen this necessity for the last 4 months with mitigating the war Israel was forced to get involved in. From my experience, the coordination should be between NOGA, which is the ISO in Israel, who manage the electrical emergency situation, the Army, the National Emergency Authorities, Homeland Security, the transmission company, which is Israel Electric Corporation. We have only one transmission system in Israel, so that's much easier than in the United States. We have to coordinate only with this utility. Transportation, as was mentioned before, the regulators, hospitals, of course, communication and TV companies. They all should be collaborating, as we all agree about. Nothing new in it, and I may get to some more details along this panel.
Okay. All right. Gary, how about from your perspective? What's the role of that relationship between emergency management and the power utilities?
Well, I'm going to go a little into history so you can see the importance and how that relationship with energy management and power is definitely 100% necessary and especially on our island. We have been able to even implement it in a small way, basically on every small event that we have that tend to be too many, something we don't like, obviously, as system operators, but that's the situation we have. So when we talk about Puerto Rico, we need to talk about Hurricane Maria and the catastrophic event that we had. At that time, the power company was run by the government, run everything, generation, transmission, and distribution, and definitely wasn't prepared for that event. During the process, we started obviously to integrate with FEMA and the United States Corps of Engineers and other entities, so they can be able to basically restore the island and understand how PREPA at that time tried to run as a unique entity, like they know everything, and we understood that we don't know anything at the end. So there was a lot of improvised actions during the process. One of the consequences of that is that the transmission and distribution was contracted to a private operator. The same was done last year with the generation part for a private also operator. So right now, PREPA, the public entity, only has the hydro system that basically is running 20% capacity, and if we go to capacity factor, probably we're talking 1%. So LUMA, as a transmission and distribution operator, from the start implemented or getting to discussions with FEMA how to implement the ICS, the Incident Command System. And we have been able to have one that runs during big emergencies, and also, for example, this week we have some bad weather conditions, and we're already activating a small regional IC, so we can have the essential elements, essential personnel to be able to take decisions and move it forward. And on a higher level, what LUMA does is runs also of its operations on that ICS, but has direct connections with every agency on that emergency part. We are part of the SF-12 section on the Puerto Rico emergency group, even though we're private. So I would say at the end, it's definitely that integration. We run our responsibility as a utility, but we need that collaboration for situations that definitely being able to get additional support for other areas will be an integrated part to be able to restore whatever situation you are.
All right. And Adam, we'll go to you. From your perspective, the role of the relationship between emergency management and the power utilities.
Yeah, so I have a really unique perspective. I came from local emergency management. I spent my first half of my career working for county emergency management agencies. I was an EMA director at one point, and then before I came to Duquesne Light, might be French, but that's why I live in Pittsburgh now. When you think about, someone had mentioned the PJM annual load shed that took place in the summer in central Ohio that AEP was faced with. They had massive heat coming in, and then they had a derecho event. And for those who aren't familiar with the weather term, straight line winds, 89-mile-an-hour winds across the state of Ohio. Now, I'd already moved to Duquesne Light, but it was interesting listening to my former coworkers who had just gone through, if you look at the areas that had the manual load shed, we know what circuits are going to get dropped to meet those megawatt needs that PJM says drop it, you drop it. But the education hadn't occurred yet. So the collaboration that took place after the manual load shed event, this is also not a Monday morning quarterback, so please don't take it as that. But we all know when things like that happened, primarily the people that were dropped were people of color and those of a very high socio vulnerability index, or basically poor people. So when you think of the news that AEP drops black people and poor people, that does not look good. Now, we can talk about that all day, but after the event that happened, they went to Franklin County Emergency Management, Homeland Security, and said, hey, we need help. We need some of that human capital that you have. Now, that relationship hadn't been formed to the degree that it was now, or is now, I should say, and it's a problem. So when you think about what emergency management is and what we at the local level do, or what I did previously, you also have to understand that we've also, someone had earlier said that we don't have enough people to do anything. Well, most of the emergency management agencies around the United States have one person full-time. They might have a second person part-time. And depending on where you are in the United States, the person who's full-time either retired from a public safety position where they don't know anything about critical infrastructure, power systems. I'll be honest, until I joined Duquesne Light, I didn't know anything about power systems. You could tell me what a three-phase secondary is, and I'd be like, that's French. Now I know what that is. I know what I'm looking at to a degree. So the collaboration space, emergency management is really the human capital piece to connect you to communities. Well, Dr. Flynn and I just briefly talked about the risk, insurance, reinsurance, and catastrophic bond market. Now, if you drive all of these things together, the emergency management space is not a response agency. Now, they have the ability to respond, yes, and collaborate and coordinate through emergency operation centers and emergency support functions and all this other stuff and things that I'm sure plenty of people got plenty of during COVID. But the one thing to really keep in mind from the mitigation, resilience, and preparedness aspect, the emergency management staff or agencies, that's really where their bread and butter is, to help with that human capital and the planning. And I know one of the questions we have that we're going to get to, who owns it and how do we talk about that? Emergency management has no concept and no ability to own a black start, black sky preparedness. They really don't. I mean, they don't have the subject matter expertise. They're not electrical or hydro engineers. I say that as my background is in behavioral neuroscience. So just imagine now you want me to take emergency management owning Black Start, resilience, and pathways. We've talked about availability. We've talked about resources. We've talked about aging infrastructure and trying to replace something before it fails out of service, or having one back up before we replace it. EMAs have no business owning that conversation. They do have a place in the conversation, but they should not own the conversation. I think that's a really clear distinction to make, and it's also not going to make a ton of people happy within the local, state, and federal side. FEMA, they advocated response when Brock Long was the FEMA director, which they said, we are not a response agency, and they are not. So when you think about where we are with the intersection of emergency management and critical infrastructure, you need to know EMAs are already overburdened. They cannot take on the coordination. They cannot take on the responsibility of owning whatever you need to prepare for us. EMAs cannot do that.
So if we think about what the role of emergency management is, there's clearly a role there that they play. Let's think about some of the considerations that disaster happens and you're in the middle of it from a utilities perspective. What are some of the considerations that you could work with emergency management to help facilitate? So we'll start with you, Naomi.
In an emergency, NOGA, the only Israeli system operator, becomes the only responsible to managing the whole electrical system, including distribution and transmission. In NOGA's situation room, we have a situation room, we decide actions that should take place. To achieve this, we gather information from all the emergency bodies who have their representatives. They all sit in the same situation room, while the role is to restore the system and bring the lights as soon as possible. Tight coordination should be with the Israel Electric Corporation, with the transmission company. They will build up the bridging towers or bypasses in case of severe damage to the system, lines or substations. That's what we encounter during the war, for example. They will also execute the demand-side disconnections. According to NOGA, will instruct them where to disconnect people and when and for how long. And they will get instructions from NOGA and they will execute them. And then they can reconnect them according to priorities that NOGA will tell them. In a war situation, there is very important coordination with the Army. We were speaking this morning about the coordination with the Army. Again, I'm speaking about our live which is the actual situation now in Israel. A lot of kinetic weapons were directed at many Israeli towns and villages immediately as the Hamas began the war at the 7th of October. Some of them hit the medium voltage distribution lines and even some high voltage transmission lines. The Israeli army did not allow the electrical staff to get into the dangerous areas to fix lines and to bring electricity back until it was quite safe. So even though we had all the equipment needed, we couldn't get and fix the electricity in that places. Many repairs were done only by night at the darkness hours. As was mentioned this morning, they had to be very creative to bring back electricity, first of all, to the Army, at least for the Army needs, because it was very significant and important. So the Army got its priority. For example, they need to recharge the drones that were widely used in this war. That was a new kind of weapon in this war for us, also in Ukraine. In the north, Hezbollah still stays near the border and has accurate missiles. They killed and wounded with a direct hit a team that went to repair an overhead line. It seems that there was some misunderstanding between the commanders, managers, and the on-site army instruction regarding the team's entry to this specific area. The coordination failed, and the price was very high. Totally another aspect on which we heard a lot today is regulation. The regulators should be aware of delays in system developments and be ready to change some rules. We have some rules that had to be changed immediately, even during the war. For example, if a new generation unit was supposed to replace an old polluting unit, as we were speaking today about retirement, and this had to be until a pre-specified date because it's polluting, and it has to be retired. And all the environmental people wanted it to be replaced. This date should be postponed because the new unit is not ready yet. And there might be a lack of generation if the old unit will retire before the new one gets in. So we had to change rule and do it immediately. That's another point of view. We didn't speak about it when we spoke about policy. We encountered such difficulty because many foreign experts had left Israel as soon as the war began. They just ran away, so we couldn't finish the new units to become in operation. And many Israeli workers were in the army, so we couldn't finish the work at time. Communication is what we need in order to get the public attention and awareness. There should be well-established coordination between the electric utilities and the communication and TV companies. Important messages should be prepared in advance and be spread to the people very quickly in some diverse ways, because we don't know what kind of communication works and what will not work. So we have to be prepared in some diverse ways. As an example, we can think of announcements about the expected blackouts when demand reduction is needed. Because when this is the situation, then each time another area will be disconnected, and we will be disconnected, let's say, for 2 hours. So people should know that they will have no electricity for the next coming 2 hours. And then maybe also tranquilizing announcements saying, okay, in 2 hours, in 4 hours, in 6 hours, you will have the electricity back, charge whatever you need, and be prepared to the next blackout. I can tell a curiosity about the communication. During the war, we had an under-frequency load shedding. We don't have many of them. We don't have many of them during the year. So the population was not ready to it. And the load shedding is an automatic procedure, which just because the frequency is too low, then people in all over the country, it spreads for all over the country. They will be shedded out for 10 minutes, 20 to 15 minutes, and then the light will come back. But the rumor was that there was a cyber attack, because otherwise, how can that in the north, in the south, in the center of the country there is no light? So the rumor went like a wildfire, and we just had to come to the TV and say, no, it just was a regular load shedding. So communication is very important.
So one of the things to stop and think about, if you, as a utility operator, do not have a relationship with your emergency management organization, there are a tremendous amount of skill sets and resources available to you that you may not have. Now, we learned in California, when we started shutting off the power purposefully, the number of complaints you get from residents where there's nothing, like the wind isn't even blowing at their house. The sun is shining, but it's not necessarily black flag conditions where they're not at risk at wildfire. But they don't realize that the head end of their power distribution is 20 miles that way, where that exact condition does exist. So leveraging emergency management and bringing them into the conversation, we've developed maps and outreach and messaging and everything else so that when the rumor mill starts, you have the facts. And you'd be amazed how quickly representatives and senators start calling around when their constituents are not happy. And for me, since we're part of the governor's office, those calls land with us. So emergency management and looping them into that conversation. One of the things we learned, and it really got us a lot of traction with our utilities, is look, if you help us understand why you're doing what you're doing, then we can help you message that to everybody else that's questioning why you're doing what you're doing. And I think that's one of the key roles is this message and communication. So I know each of us has unique perspective. Gary, we'll go to you. The same question, just the role, how do you work with during a disaster with emergency management?
So basically, Naomi covered more or less what happens on our island. Obviously, we are in a critical situation right now, so have talked to a couple of folks during the morning, and to give you the best example, for the month of January, we already had 11 under-frequency load sheds between 5 and 15 minutes. So we're in a very critical situation or related to generation shortfalls or events of losing that generation. So communication, obviously, very important, being able not only to communicate inside the utility, tell everyone it's not a feeder interruption and you have to run to see what happened. If it's a major, let's say, becomes for us a normal event that is already defined and everyone is informed, as well as emergency management around the island. As I mentioned, we are very tight with EIS 12, so we have part of our communication includes people in Luma that tells them we are on an event, and when we concluded, they're informed. Obviously, when there's a major or something that involving activating our emergency operation center, they become part of that. So there's a liaison between Luma and the EM group plus any other entity that will need to be informed and that is part of that emergency and can be available for any additional situation that we need. There's events that we're working with the electric part, and there's maybe some support that we need from the state or the municipality. That connection is already done. I obviously understand that for areas, other states, other countries that are not in this situation, don't wait for the event to happen. We have been talking about this since the beginning. It's not a good position the way Puerto Rico is right now, but I think what I can give you is the message that you have to be prepared for that. Don't wait for some catastrophe to happen. There's a lot of weather changes, a lot of things happening around the world, and if you're not prepared for that, it's going to be a very complicated situation, not only for you as part of the utility world, but also for your customers and for your countries. So if you're not prepared or you don't have an idea, start preparing for that. Start communicating with the emergency management group. They're going to be essential, very essential part of that work.
Yeah, so this happens frequently. Information will pass, and it will get up to, say, the director level. My director reports to the governor. So governor's office gets a question. They then talk to us to validate what they're being told by the utilities. So if we don't have that relationship established, to your point, when those questions start being asked, the responses are much more believable when you've already developed the relationship and you have that trust built in, and you're working hand in hand on restoration in the middle of trying to do some very complex, very difficult choices with competing resources. So it just can't estimate the importance of developing those relationships now before you have your disaster. All right.
Yeah, we're unique. We're a small utility, 600,000 customers, 2 counties, Allegheny and Beaver, out in western PA. So I have a fantastic relationship with both of my EMA directors and the emergency services footprint that we have. It's very easy for me to communicate. We text each other when things happen. There was a landslide last week out in Pittsburgh. We are notorious for landslides. It happened, it washed away quite a bit of our distribution in that area, and he was able to pick up the phone and just give me a call as a heads up what the Public Works is doing, and if we needed anything and vice versa, just keeping each other informed. That's a pretty, clear-cut example from local partnerships. Now, just surveying the room from a raising of hands, how many people oversee somebody in emergency response at your organization? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, couple. The other side of this question is how many people understand and know what their emergency response plan is for your company? Show of hands. Realistically, that should be everybody, because one of the other comments, and this was in the Winter Storm Uri report, the very first takeaway that they had finding was a lack of communication, a lack of coordination. Now, why do you think that was? Because communication always fails. The other side is the coordination aspect of who is talking to whom, and what are they talking about, and who should they be talking to? Duquesne Light, we're a T&D, we don't do generation, we're just transition distribution. So our system operators are talking to PJM operators. Our government affairs folks are talking to the legislators and talking to the governor's office. Our regulatory folks are talking to the PUC. If we had a reason for our Black Start generation, how many conversations are going on at the exact same time in these silos and no one is saying, hey, by the way, I talked to him too. Like, how is this command and coordination actually being facilitated, and then by who or by whom, I think is what it's supposed to be. So when you think about what your role is, no matter where you are in the utility, you have a place in the emergency response because you have a duty to act, to do something, to support keeping the power on. It's not just the lights, right? The power for the ventilators and the pumps and the hydro systems and the water facilities. It's all of these things. So the EMAs can absolutely help facilitate some of that command and control in terms of what you're doing at the local level. But if you're a large company, we have 2 counties. If you're someone like National Grid, who probably sits in, 500 counties, that becomes a very, very different conversation. Or Dominion, where they have the entire federal government, a bunch of counties, a bunch of municipalities, and probably some home rule folks who think they're more important. So all of these things have to be buttoned up and considered in. Why did the Winter Storm Uri, first thing that come up was command and coordination? It just absolutely will. Yeah, question.
Yeah, from an emergency management perspective, how do you prioritize the distribution of limited resources in an emergency? As an example, in Puerto Rico, after Hurricane Maria in 2017, both the hospital and the water utility needed a generator. They gave it to the hospital, but the hospital didn't have water, so they couldn't do anything for another week until they brought the water system up online. And so how do you, obviously that probably was not the best choice for where to put the generator first. How do you map those in advance so that you know how to prioritize the generators, the fuel, when they're going to become in very short supply?
So I'll tell you how we do it in California. We have a unified command group that has representation from all the various ESFs. So ESF 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down the line. All report up to this unified command group. And daily, they brief out needs and resources, and then they're the ones that have the view over the entire system to make the proper decision. And you may question when the decision is made, but you don't have that view. So we do it through a unified command group, and then on a daily basis, twice a day, we're getting reports up through the system of where those needs are based on the agency that owns the particular emergency support function having a place to brief out in that meeting, and that meeting is attended by the governor. So the governor is in that room being briefed. We found that to be very effective. And then if you take that state level, California, 40 million people, that's happening at a county level. And so our larger counties have that same exact infrastructure in place with a county board of supervisors, county emergency manager, doing the same thing at that level, and then on down to the local level, down to a city. We've found that to be very, very effective. And if you don't do it in that way, there's probably going to be a gap that comes up because you'll misplace a resource thinking it's most important because you don't understand an interdependency. And I think that's key.
Well, I'll follow up to a degree. So I still serve on Ohio Task Force 1, which is a FEMA urban search and rescue team deployed to hurricanes. We're a federal asset that goes out the door to do search and rescue for decedent recovery. When a team goes into the local level, gets recalled in by the state, and then they get mission assigned by the county or the local municipality, whatever it may be, sometimes they're like, well, we need you to go do search way over here with, a team of 81 people. We need you 3 teams to go do search way over there. And it's like, well, what about the team over here doing, this beach area? Well, we have lower probabilities. So now there's the infighting of who gets what resource and how do they divide it up. So your question was like Puerto Rico, when teams went in, when there was 100% loss and where are the assets going. So when you think of Emergency Support Function 9, which is that was managed by the Army Corps of Engineers to get generators to people. I see your face. Is that not 3? Public Works. Thank you. Search and Rescue is 9. Sorry, it's on didn't flip the page. So when you think about where the generator asset is going, they have to work on whatever information they have. And generally speaking, whoever has the most pull is going to get the asset. And we see that time and time again. And why even NERC in the PJM report with Winter Storm Uri, what was the first thing? Communication and coordination. Well, my needs are more important than your needs. Well, why is that the case? We don't have water, so the hospital's still turned off. Like, what's the matter? Like, those relationships were not created in those discussions. Who's talking to whom, about what, and did you let someone else know you had those conversations?
Got a question here in the back. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Craig Glazer from PJM, and my question goes to our colleague from Israel. You've been in this unfortunate situation of the electric system being literally under attack. So, could there be something done to make it more resilient to attack? I mean, looking back and looking forward, is there more that feasibly could be done or not? And what sort of advice for all of us that could, potentially someday face a similar situation? So could more be done to make it more resilient, and any lessons learned for the rest of us?
As we were in the experience status and not in the preparing it in advance, so I think we changed our inventory, fuel inventory, and then we try to look at least to find out what is the inventory of all the equipment that we need in substations. So inventory is one of the keywords. Another keyword is maybe mobile equipment, like mobile substations and mobile gas turbines. This can be very helpful in case we will be attacked. Fortunately, we didn't have a severe attack about our substations or generation units, because Hezbollah was just keeping in some very cool situations. They didn't begin the war because they have direct missiles. So we didn't have any damage to our substations, almost. We didn't have to substation or to generation units. But yes, we should have gas turbines. We are just trying to fix it now for the next situation, maybe earthquake we will have. So we are trying to get some mobile gas turbines and more mobile substations, and have ordered some transformers, which is a queue there is a 1-year queue to get a transformer, and also different kinds of inventory. One good thing that we found out is that because the development of the system is so big now, then we have to have more stuff, more equipment in the storages, because we are building. So it's just making the purchasement earlier and not investment more money, just buy them even before. Okay.
So I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to go through the panel quickly. As you think to the future, what's one recommendation you would make for those in the audience to be more prepared in this area? just one recommendation.
Okay.
Yours was inventory,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
what else? Go ahead.
Okay, well, Israel is an electrical island, if it's not known yet, so we should pay a lot of attention to and effort to practice these different scenarios. We have to practice what to do in case of earthquake. I just wanted to speak about transportation. We should be able to, if we have these mobile substations or gas turbines, then we should be able to prepare roads to move them from one point to another. Otherwise, it's useless. And we should, if we are planning for earthquake, for example, then we know where it will hit and what will be the area. So we should prepare other different ways to prepare for that. And coordination, collaboration. These are the keywords.
All right, Adam, what's the one recommendation you would have?
I could probably talk about this for hours, but I'm actually shifting mine to the graphic that got shown earlier with the NATF's, the National Transition Forum, and EPRI's graphic as it relates to the resilience and ability. I think people spend too much time. We talked about the reliability and not necessarily the resilience, and they're not one and the same. My recommendation is, as you talk about resilience, actually understand what that means to you and your systems and your constituents and your customers, because resilience at the heart of it is facing a disruption and getting back to normal or some sort of status quo. A lot of people forget that the basic of resilience is how you can recover from a disruption. So looking at what that means to you and your constituents and your customers, looking at what resilience actually is versus just saying, well, our reliability metrics with Safety, Sadie, and Katie are all that matter. That can't be the case. They are not one and the same.
All right, and Gary, how about from you, a recommendation for the future?
Right now, we'll simplify to as communication. I think that's the key here to start, and obviously that communication not only between entities to be able to manage situations and to be prepared for those situations, but also to be able to communicate to, in my case, my customers, what's going on, what's going to happen, and at the end when they get in their light back.
All right. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your attention. I'll turn it back over to you, Chris.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. We'll take a 20-minute break and come back for a presentation on EarthX Live at 3:40. Thank you.
Thank you.
Went fast.
I know.
Right. Well, he said
15.
I know. It seems the schedule on the fly. It's okay. Yeah, we adjusted. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Planning,
1, 2. Testing. 1, 2.
Just keep going for me, please, for the virtual.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Just one more time, please.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We should really try to do it like, thank you, any quick, you know. I have it. I have it. So, regulatory and policy is going to be Kevin Curtis, Rick Morose, and you. Okay. Emergency management and emergency comms is going to be Bud Courier, this one. And
all right, we're good on the phone. Thank you so much.
I asked them both. We're doing these today. We're doing these between 4 and 5.
welcoming our exercise coordinator, Ranger Dorn, to give us an overview of EarthX Live.
Hello.
Thank you. All right. We'll settle in and get going here in a second. We'll ask the control room to pull Ranger up on the screen. He unfortunately was one of the folks that is dealing with a climate-driven weather event. He's in California, where they just got about a week's worth of rain in a day, and Ranger wasn't able to fly out here, but he is nice enough, and thankfully it wasn't, he seems to be under power, and you look great, Ranger. So I'll turn it over to you. Thank you very much, and EarthX Live, Ranger Dorn, Exercise Director from EIS Council. The floor is yours, sir.
All right, thank you, Chris. Sorry I'm not there with all of you. The last time I presented at PJM was 2019, and I presented on EarthX. This time we're going to talk about EarthX Live. Next slide, please. All right, what we do here is we try to start conversations. We try to bring in folks from different sectors. We try to make this a interactive discussion instead of information out. Next slide, please. All right, so EarthX is a program that we had run for about 5 years, and it was a very successful program. We had thousands upon thousands on all continents except for Antarctica, and we were working on that. But we had folks from all these different areas playing each year and using it as a functional or full-scale exercise. It was very robust, came with all the documentation, training to be able to facilitate it, and then COVID happened. And the in-person exercise programs kind of went away. And at that time, we made a choice to reinvigorate EarthX, reinvent it. And so that process is ongoing. It's going to take a while, but we didn't want to leave people hanging for a long period of time. So what we did is we created a live exercise, and advance, please. And what we do now is we bring together panels. We give them a scenario. We take them through a very similar process that we would have during EarthX. We present a video scenario. We pull this information out of what we're seeing on the news. Anytime you look at the news these days, they're talking about nuclear weapons, they're talking about cyber attacks, they're talking CME, all the space weather. There's the black sky scenarios are presenting themselves, which really helps our exercise program. So we pull those, we present it to a panel, we let the audience see it at the same time. And what we then do is we ask them to address it from their thought process. What do they think about it? What interactions would they need to have? And then we let them interact with each other as panels and really ask the question, what do you need from me and what do I need from you? And then we allow the folks in the audience to submit questions either before or during the exercise. And then we also solicit feedback during the exercise. We have what I would call one of the most robust chats that I've ever seen, with the number of people, comments, links that are put in there. The chat alone is worth the exercise. We do this also in terms of surveys, and we're going to talk a little bit about the information we get back from the surveys. What we really are aiming for here is that discussion, and we get people from all walks of life, all sectors. Next, please. This is essentially one of our screenshots. You'll notice it probably looks something similar to what's going on today. In this case, we have a cyber attack, and it's showing the impacts on one city, in this case, Boston. And you have the panel on there that is discussing it, and it's very straightforward, and it has been what I feel is fairly effective. Next, please. So in our recent deliveries, well, over 1,000 participants, Our scenario for September was a successful cyber attack and a not so successful EMP attack. What we wanted to do is not have people fold up shop and not want to participate or draw back saying that, well, an EMP happens, I can't do anything about it. We wanted people to view it as a threat and not a certainty. So that helped get the conversations going. The panels that we did in September were the electric sector, which is our one constant. It's the Electric Infrastructure Security Council. We're going to have electric involved in each one of these due to the importance and interconnectivity that we have. The second one that we had was finance, and then the water sector. Each of them has a huge need for power to be on and the interconnected things that they get from it, the web, all the different communication systems and so on. We had excellent feedback off of that one and used that to do our next one. Next slide, please. Now, our next one was a little different. We had a lot of things happen in the world from September of 23 until January of 24. We had not only the war that was already going on in Ukraine, but we've had other attacks going on. We've had the terrible things that happened in Israel and the ongoing efforts that are going all over that region. And what we know is that the things that we put into our exercise are, I would call, a lot more possible now and a lot more easy to imagine. Cyber attacks are happening on a regular basis, and we've seen some pretty, what we thought were secure systems that have been hacked recently. I know that infrastructure is one of the ones that we have to pay a lot of attention to, and there's also people, whether it's serious or just imagining the potential for a World War III is being bannered around more than I have ever heard it before. Our panels for this one were electric once again. We had the regulatory sector and natural gas, and we had some very enlightening discussions between those. Electric relies a lot on natural gas, but they also need the assistance and the support from the regulatory sector in order to do preparedness. And I heard some of the discussions earlier today on what needs to happen to get to the point where resilience is at a much higher level. Next, please. All right, so what did we learn from EarthX Live? Well, we had a lot of folks play. We also had the video viewed many hundreds of times afterwards. So the word is getting out that this was worth a look, and we're very happy with that. We also did a lot of surveys, and this may be a big surprise or it may not. The surveys indicated, folks, well, they don't think we're ready for this. They do not believe that their organizations are prepared for either one of these two hazards that we gave them. They also believe these events are likely to happen. That is kind of a change from some of the things we saw early in EarthX, where there was a thought by a lot of people that, well, this is, kind of a very bad day out there, but it could never happen here. We don't have that type of disaster. We don't have those problems. Now folks, to a large extent, are saying they believe it could happen. They also mentioned they want more exercises and webinars. They would also like to have more direct interaction for Q&A. And I think we have tried to add that as much as we can. We have not gone to the open mic concept. It's something that we'll work on, but when you have 1,000 people sign up, it makes it very difficult to fit everybody in to get a question in. And with the time format that we do about an hour and 15 minutes. That's kind of a standard, as close to an hour as we can, with stretching it out a little bit towards the end. But a lot of folks wanted a longer event. That's something that would take a little bit of work, and I think it would be perhaps not the same audience, but if we went for a 2-hour event, I think that we could do a lot more of the interaction with the public. That's something that we'll be considering as time goes on. Next slide, please. So we also have different ways that you can have EarthX delivery. The first one is sign up for future webinars. Do it as a group, do it as a single person, do it as multiple organizations, an EOC. Anytime you want to do that, like I said, when we have folks sign up, it says 1,000 sign up. That also includes organizations, and we don't take roles. So there could be, 50 people at a site viewing this. But you can also use the recorded sessions that we have from September of last year and January of this year. Use that as a guide to take yourselves through a Black Sky tabletop exercise. Play the video, stop after the discussions, and have internal discussions about what that means to you. When the electric sector says, it's going to be quite a while till we can bring this back up. Water sector says we can't operate with this gone. You can see where that might impact your organization. We can also facilitate virtual or in-person discussions and exercises. We use one of the Black Sky scenarios. We have 4 of them online right now, and those are ones that anybody goes to our website. You can play those today. They're free. It's easy to sign up, register, and you get a link right away. So those are available. We can also do those as facilitated exercises, or we can customize one to your location or hazard that you're looking at. We also do some Black Sky exercises that are more in depth. We can use the online information that we have already. Like I said, we can customize it to the organizations and the people involved there. Next slide, please. All right, we are going to host another EarthX Live in spring of 2024. We have not set the date yet, but we will get that out. Everybody that's watching this will get notice of that when it comes up. And we have a couple of things to do as we get ready for this. That will be in the next couple of slides. But this is where I'm hoping that all of you are paying attention. Next slide, please. All right. We have had a lot of suggestions for panels to be in the future EarthX Live deliveries. As you can see, some of these are sectors that you come from. If you happen to be in one of these sectors, please pay attention and consider becoming a panelist. Some of the folks that are speaking here today are folks who have been our panelists in either September or January. We like to have as many people as we can to represent different aspects of a sector. Not everybody does exactly the same thing, and it gives us a better, I'll call it a better perspective of what's possible out there. But as you can see, there's quite a few in here. Any one of these that you fit in would be ones I would suggest that you volunteer for. The other side of this is, what scenarios do people want? Well, from our surveys, most people want more EMP, which we're kind of happy to see, because that's one of the things that we've had a kind of an effort to push awareness about for a number of years, but also communications, the different natural disasters, such as the one that's ongoing in Southern California. It's not currently raining over me, but down south, Los Angeles is having a very unfun day. But there's also healthcare had a very big interest. There's the solar that I think I mentioned earlier, but we have a lot of different possibilities in there. So it's both the panels and then the scenarios that we have. The two together mean that each one of our presentations, even if we use the same scenario, will be from a different perspective because it's different panels. If we move to a different scenario, we'll have different panelists. Each time you see one of our presentations, it will be different than the last one. Next slide, please. So here's what you can do. First off is sign up for our next EarthX Live event. If you haven't already seen one, take a look at the videos and use them. You can volunteer to be on a panel. We want you to test your preparedness for Black Sky event, either using one of our online exercises, using one of our videos, or just holding one. And when you identify something that's broken or wrong, please do something about it. I think that's the whole point of our effort here is see something, fix it, make it better for next time. If there's any thing that you need to look at, go to our website, You can also email me with questions. I will usually answer fairly quickly, and the advice is free and worth every penny. At this point, what I'd like to do is ask if anybody has any questions about our different exercises and programs.
Yeah, so we'll open it up to questions for just a couple minutes. Anyone have anything for Ranger? I'll note that as we do have Ranger's email up here for follow-up questions that way. Also, as Ranger mentioned, I think this is important for those who haven't seen one. If you go to eiscouncil.org and look at the events tab, and then you can go and look at the previous EarthX Lives, and you get a really good, you know, as Ranger said, hour and 15-minute discussion, and so you can really see what the feel, what the scenarios look like, et cetera. And if after doing that you have some suggestions, as Ranger said, if you're from a sector that you think needs to be represented, we always include the electric sector, but then we're trying to add that connective tissue to all the other supporting and dependent infrastructures as well. So I'll just, any questions right now for Ranger? Otherwise, Ranger, thank you so much. Stay safe and dry. We appreciate your efforts here to join us virtually, and I'm glad you're safe and sound. I'll see you soon, brother.
All right, thank you very much. I hope the rest of you have a great conference. And by the way, it's good to live on a hill as opposed to the people evacuated in the low-lying areas around here.
Right.
Take care.
Good advice from our exercise specialist. Okay, at this point, we're going to break, and we're going to go to our working group session. So let me give you a quick orientation. We're going to have 4 groups. They're built around as we talked about, the panel discussions that we started this morning. We'll have a follow-up for a more informal and smaller group discussion on 4 topics. So we had 2 panels. One was the regulators. That was led by Rick Morose and Gladys Brown-Duchel. Gladys had to take off, but Rick is going to stay here. That was the regulatory panel, and then we also had the policy panel that was led by Kevin Curtis. So Kevin and Rick will be in this room. Leahy will also be joining them for that discussion. And in each of the rooms, I just put a little sign-up sheet. We have all your emails. So if you're interested, what we want to do is this is a first conversation, and then we would like to have this be an ongoing working group going forward so we can help share ideas and advance on solutions to these issues. So when you're in here, please, if you're interested, and we hope everyone is, to participate going forward, just write your name on one of the sign-up sheets. There's one in each of the rooms. The second one is on redundancy. The redundancy versus efficiency discussion that Wanda Ritter led this morning. And we're also going to add in asset hardening to that discussion. Davidson Scott is also going to tag team with Wanda on that. And that group is meeting in the room called Franklin 5, which if you go out these doors and down the stairs, it's directly in front of you. So you just kind of got to go around that table. Franklin 5 is right there. There's a sign-in sheet or sign-up sheet in that room as well. Then we have, instead of straight there, if you jog a little towards where we were going to lunch and then take a left down that first hallway, there's a room on the right-hand side called Westinghouse, and that's where the Black Start panel, the Black Start discussion will be. That'll be led by Paul Stockton and myself. And finally, the emergency management. And we're also going to add into that emergency comms because those are so related. So that will be led by Bud Courier, thank you, and Scott, our communications expert, Scott Blevins. And that one is in Franklin 6. So you go towards, you can kind of, same place, you hang a left down that hallway, and then you'll hang one more left. It's kind of on the back side of, this is just a big square over there. And yeah, there's signs directing you. So again, regulation and policy in here, emergency management and emergency communications in Franklin 6 around back, Black Start and Westinghouse on the side, and redundancy and hardening versus efficiency in Franklin 5 straight through. So let's take like 10 minutes to get there, and we'll reconvene in here at 5 p.m. for really like a key takeaway from each of the groups, and then we're gonna recess so that we have a almost 2 hours break before we meet at Seasons 52 for dinner tonight, which you're all invited to.
What are the questions?
The questions? Well, they're talk about Thanks, all right. Oh, yeah, sure. How are you holding on? I'm fine. How about you? I'm
Yeah. This is a 5 kV transformer, okay? This is how close.
Opening, and I could just read through a couple of the issues.
Yeah, for some reason, when you use the word politics, it seems to stifle potential expectations on progress, and I think that's we got into some of that. There were a lot of good conversations. Incentives kept coming up versus penalties, recognizing some challenges between commitments at the state level and federal level, probably going to take both, trying to have a common language, things like that. I think it's a tough nut to crack, so it made it difficult to just say, we got to change this, this, and this, and we'd have it tackled. Definitely room for a lot more animated conversation.
So a couple of specifics, kind of working backwards from where the conversation was, maybe we should have started there, was for resilience, there's a need for resilience frameworks, metrics that will then inform standards that will help in a cost-benefit analysis of the kinds of investments that are needed for resilience beyond reliability. We also talked about how there needs to be in the cross sectors a real ability to have each of the sectors bring to the table and to their regulators and to their policymakers their needs, their demands, their requirements, and how to figure out more effectively to work across those various sectors. And we did talk about specifically potentially the need for changes in franchises to the franchises of electric distribution companies, which is the stumbling block towards things like microgrids. On the overall issue, though, of the transition of the grid, and I was being somewhat funny about the fact that we didn't accomplish anything, but on reliability, the issues that PJM is so concerned about, the needs to keep the lights on, probably a couple things. We need to be focused more, the regulators and the industry need to be focused on gas-electric coordination, including all the way down to the financial issues for cost recovery of the gas that goes to the electric system, which really doesn't happen right now. And we need to be looking at how environmental regulation is impacting and challenging the evolution of the grid. And we didn't resolve this, but definitely a need to have more realistic expectations on the grid as it evolves, what the timeline and the reality of the evolution is, and also planning either on a national or regional basis to have the grid expand. What'd I miss?
Yeah, and just to complement that, great summary. Some other good comments were start with the end in mind. What do you really want it to look like across multi-sector collaboration? You need a set of standards. Susan Ginsburg shared this. You need a set of standards that could apply cross-sector, and some of that could come from not what's acceptable or what good performance looks like, but I think, let me say if I say this right, what's not acceptable or what's intolerable may be the right term, and then you're going to have to decide what those limits are and what society and people are willing to do. When I think about a set of standards across multi-sector, it starts to become more problematic. Thinking about the work that Tom does at the North American Transmission Forum, and with that group, and how do you make that a best practice to cascade into other sectors to come up with some common set of standards? Easier said than done.
All right, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I'll ask Paul to come up and join me. I'll give my 2 cents on the Black Start Working Group. A good discussion. A couple of key themes. We got some real world example first from within PJM's experience that they went through a really difficult process to up their requirements for dual fuel. They were able to do that for the Black Start units themselves, but not for the Next Start units, which are actually going to be necessary to do an actual Black Start. So some progress, there's some lessons learned there, and the reach goal now is what's the next step that looking at the Next Start units, which are equally important. I would say another thing that we wrestled with was this was probably a little bit broader than Black Start, but to really capture and financially incentivize this, the key is properly accounting for avoided costs of disaster. And so that means it's very hard to, every expenditure looks like a waste of money if you just say, I want to harden this asset. It's fine here, but I want to add another 25%. That, you can justify that if you say, well, if this goes out and then that other stuff goes out and we have a blackout and then it costs $1 billion and 100 lives, now you have something which you could work against as far as justifying those costs. That gets to operational procedures, it gets to regulation, it gets to legislation, those kinds of things. So taking avoided costs seriously seems like a path forward, but there are a number of kind of systematic barriers there that we need to think about as far as the tactics for getting there, but that seemed to be like a worthy goal towards actually making progress.
That almost covers it. I think the most valuable thing that we got is Mike Bryson committed that PJM will conduct an actual Black Start test over its entire service area. Thank you, Mike. We'll learn a lot from that.
That is so not true.
Some customers might be wanting, but the hell with them. It's for the good of the EIS Council. Realistically, we did talk about the benefits of closer coordination between gas transmission companies and generator owners and TOPs, because there'll be situations in which the flow of gas is cut off or curtailed that are essential for Next Start generators. So being able to coordinate and be able to communicate under fire when communication systems are under attack. So as TOPs need to readjust their cranking paths to take account of the loss of fuel, they'll be able to do so. They have the timing information that they need. Secondly, we talked about the possibility that drawing on lessons learned from Puerto Rico, where the very best, highest qualified grid operators need to restart the Black Start process multiple times. The implications for battery storage, the implications for fuel requirements, everything else. We need to be ready for a situation where if there's embedded malware on Black Start infrastructure or control networks, that we might have to Black Start multiple times and manage things under the most difficult of circumstances. So those are 2 additions we're going to make to the handbook. But I invite all of you, if any of you are willing to offer comments, especially in track changes, on our draft. It's 200 pages of fascinating reading. Chris has some pictures in it even, which are very nice. We'd welcome that. The deadline for comments is the 1st of March. So we have a little cheat sheet of people who are willing to give it the wire brush treatment, share it with their friends. Anybody who's willing to improve the draft will keep your contributions anonymous unless you want to be honored by name, in which case we'd be delighted to do that. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Paul. And I wanted to say that nearly everyone, I think, in the group did indicate that they would be willing to review it. So we really appreciate everyone doing that.
Actually submit comments. Avi is buying kosher beer for you at the expense of the EIS Council.
Right.
Although I've learned all beer is, all ale is kosher. So.
Hey, I'd like to take a moment for a little acclaim for Paul Stockton. A little acclaim that Paul Stockton deserves. Paul has been working, is it a year you've been working on this? Paul has done an outstanding job of research and has pulled in participation and comments from many people, and especially has done an enormous amount of effort on his own in order to create this as a resource for the United States and other countries for how to reverse the trend in Black Start. So we're going not to weaker Black Start, but far more robust Black Start. So to be completed soon, thank you for doing this, Paul.
And all praise to Dave Root, who couldn't be here today. Dave Root, everything he learned at Dominion, that greatly informed the work.
Paul, he's online. He's on with us.
Oh, yeah? Oh, that's great.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks, Paul. Let me ask Wanda and Davidson to give their summary of this was the efficiency versus redundancy and asset hardening discussion.
Yeah, so we wandered a ways and finally came into some tangibles that we were gonna work on. But it started out where we wanted a definition that was clear, and I think some of you probably had that conversation. We also talked about policy making and the need to have a return on resilience. So fortunately, we had a regulator in the room and had some of that conversation. I know the policymakers had that and will no doubt continue it on. We talked about resiliency and communication, the education factor, but I would say that the part that was really tangible and we want to turn it into action is the labor piece. We think that, when there's a major event, right now, labor is pretty scarce even on a day-to-day basis across the industry. And, when we get into difficult times, more labor is needed, and it's needed across sector, and its coordination is needed. And frankly, it's just not there. So what are we going to do about it? We reflected upon Hurricane Sandy, the mutual assistance processes that came out of that, and the good coordination that happens with utilities as we move linemen across the country to restore. There's probably some lessons learned that we can springboard off of that, but our conversation really resolved into what can we do on a community basis, where we can take existing frameworks that may come from mutual assistance, that may come from other places, and we had some examples. How can we take those frameworks, turn it into a template, perhaps use a volunteer infrastructure, and think about training of people that could actually coordinate across different sectors so that we could, commence boots on the street that have coordination, not only with one sector, but throughout at a local level. So what we're looking to do is find a corporate sponsor to find a location, do a pilot along this nature, and we're out going to try to find existing templates and frameworks in order to give us a jump start here. So that was, I think that was the big aha that came out of it from a to-do. Some of the other things that we talked about were the pacing piece. We realized that from kind of the industry perspective, retiring of plants and renewables coming on, there's right-hand, left-hand activity that is putting pressure onto the industry, and so time is of the essence. And we feel like, we really need to move in coming up with, a model here that could be scaled. So that's, I think that sums up our conversation.
Thank you. Thanks, Wanda. Davidson, anything to add? All right. What she said, that's what I thought. It sounded like a very thorough summary. Thank you to that group. I don't see Budge. I think he had to take off, but Scott's going to give us a summary of the emergency call.
Yeah, he actually has to deal with a real-world disaster going on. So he said he had to get on the call to actually do this stuff. So So our group was doing emergency management and communications. So we kind of started off talking a bit about the emergency management side of it. Obviously, communications was a big theme on that. One was about, prioritizing your communications ahead of time, who you need to talk to, who gets the communications first when there's only limited amounts of communications capability out there. And, they talked about that you might only have a few minutes to actually communicate. So, kind of having a plan on what kind of information needs to be communicated first. We had some talks from some other people about things that they had done within their organizations. One of them was about having a communications plan in place, a fuel plan in place, and then an interdependency matrix that shows who you're interdependent on down to 5 layers. So that was interesting there. That was part of their Black Sky steering committee. And then we talked a lot about PACE, primary, alternate, contingency, and emergency. We use that acronym in the military as well. But how are you going to communicate? What's your primary, your alternate, your contingency, and emergency capabilities? We talked a lot about satellites and our reliance on satellites and how they probably would not be available in an event like a Black Sky. And probably not FirstNet, because it's just built upon an existing cellular network. Then we talked a lot. Obviously, I brought up a lot on the spectrum thing. That in an emergency we have a lot of radio frequencies that aren't being used, and yet at the same time we have to have a requirement to be able to communicate. So how do we put together a plan in order to access those frequencies in that disaster? And, that's where a lot of this whole policy, regulatory things come into place, working with the FCC, working with the NTIA, figuring out what that needs to look like and trying to move that kind of concepts of spectrum harvesting, spectrum sharing forward. And then we talked about like in a disaster, a lot of communications might be taken offline, but there's going to be some forms of communication. So how do we piece that together? How do we interoperate it? And then the importance of being able to train for those scenarios, right? So, a lot of times we have big tabletop exercises, but, there should always be a practical piece of that includes communications and actually testing some of these concepts of connecting various pieces of communications together and passing information so that we know how to do it before the event happens. So.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So thank you for all the wonderful discussions today. It's been a very engaged group. We get to have now kind of the best part, which is a break, and then we're going to meet at a wonderful place called Seasons 52 right on North Gulf Road. We'll meet there at 7 o'clock. So go back to your hotel, refresh a little bit. For those of you that insisted on wearing a tie today, go back to your hotel, take the goddamn tie off, and meet us over at Seasons 52 at 7. Thank you all for your energy and engagement. We'll be able to have more of these discussions through the night over at the restaurant. Thanks again.
One last thing, you can leave your name tags here on the table, okay? So you don't need to carry them, so you're not going to forget them tomorrow, all right? Okay. And thank you.
Excellent.
Right? That's a good trick.